As we are once again alive upon the internet. And yeah, let's make sure that that we actually are in fact alive upon this internet. Yeah, just checking that everything's at the public and there's bit rates going everywhere. And that my audio is fine. And yeah, let's jump into PTS here. And as the title says, we're gonna record my thoughts on the PTS video because I want to have that up tomorrow. Thinking of doing it tomorrow afternoon, but actually time-wise, it doesn't seem to be a good idea to do that because I might not be available tomorrow afternoon. So we're doing it now. We're doing it live. Fuck it, we're doing it live. And yeah, for it, let's take this character. And now for that, we're gonna just get kind of started in a minute.
Safe area entered.
I already know what I want to use as my intro. Already actually set that up as well. Where is Keener's suit? Scalzo. Is it not called Keener? Aaron Keener. Aaron Keener. There we go. You know what? We'll take the hooded version. And yeah, we wanna definitely have this on slot number 1. You know what? We'll put caroling on the other one. It's 3 guesses who we're gonna annoy. Quite a bit. And yeah, and he defeated us. And yeah, overall, just got home from work, kind of tired and stuff. Actually, haven't really eaten yet either. I was hoping that I should be home a little bit earlier than now, but we'll be fine. So, and yeah, let's get actually set up to record something over there. As we're gonna likely use this for the intro, actually in the background as well. Let me make sure I have a folder available. Hey there, Ramon. Yeah, giving me some groetjes from a colleague. Streaming before you. I did eat like at 4, but I'm kind of hungry again. But well, we'll make do. Well, I'll eat after the stream. I have some chocolate and snacks there if I have to. I'm well. As somebody who's fat, yeah, you learn to as well kind of go without food sometimes. That's actually one of the reasons I have a very irregular habit of eating very irregularly. It's also very not good for your trying to keep some weight there. And yeah, let's actually get set up here because I want to have at the ready. And we're gonna need this opened because we're gonna discuss some of those reload changes. Actually, I want to put this at the end here. We need the patch notes, the note patch. And in there, we're kind of, I think usually we do this as well. We go the order of this. We go brand set, gear set, and then, oh, actually, no, we do usually, not sure. Let me see, actually, because I have the description of the old Okay, yeah, we'll keep it like in the same way. So brand set, then named gear, then named weapons, then gear set, then exotic, and season modifier, then weapon rebalance, and then miscellaneous, and in conclusion. Okay. Let's see. Does it have this here, and then actually, yeah, what were there any quality of life other ones that I'm like not even thinking about? Because we have this is the, or well, this we kind of, well, will be modifiers. Couple upcoming modifiers. Oh, yeah, season pass changes. Or season XP changes. It's weird that they're calling it season pass XP, because it's basically like season XP, because the pass is then, you know, the pass, right? Real, it's just causing a little bit of weird confusion there. Yeah, priority changes. I know no issues, but we don't care that too much about it. Yeah, let's do an intro, and then we'll get started with the brand sets. Should I actually put it on a different character that we have an easier way? And Keener, we're gonna have Keener torturing himself here. It's gonna be the wait, let's forget the controls in here. Let's make it a little brighter. Let's make it, it's this one, right? I feel this is just a fitting way to treat Keener. If I could torture him more, I would. Let's not have my character clipping through it. Also, let's put my character a little bit into the light, maybe. So one of the things as well, you can go through here. Put the camera.
You feeling all right?
Wait, does he actually, if you emote to him, does he just do that thumbs up? Or was it just it was just random? Okay. Pretty random. Yeah, we'll use that as our intro. Let's take it over here. The bell ringing for Keener. I feel I would just, yeah, keep one character just going 20. I feel this could be a 24-hour stream, just standing there ringing the bell at Keener and just chatting or something. Just at the fish tacos. Yeah. Well, we'll have to try out one of those famous Murray Singh fish tacos at some point. Yeah. I feel this kind of works. This might be better. Nah, kind of like the corridor there and everything. Yeah. Let's go with this. Yeah. PTS TU23 / year 6 season 3. Let's see if I get it right in one go. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we'll be looking at the PTS for TU23 year 6 season 3, even though it's basically starting when year 7 is almost about to start as yet. The game will be 6 years old and entering its 7th year in the middle of March. That's when the original release date was. And I'm kind of sad that they actually did not make this season 7 or year 7, season 1, as that would have actually fixed up their schedule there. But no worries there, as long as the other things are good for the season, right? And actually, overall, I'll already lift the veil a little bit. Overall, I'm pretty content with what we're getting in this season, and we'll go through it as well through going through basically everything will go through the brand set, then the named items, then we'll take it to the gear set, the exotic, and finally we'll go into the modifiers and some miscellaneous things afterwards as well. Everything will be timestamped down below, so you can jump around as you want to, and yeah, we'll be discussing everything here. So yeah, let's go ramble all over this PTS. That's fine. My cadence was like super slow there. Well, that's fine for a rambling talk. It's a rambling talk, right? Nobody cares about the format. It's more about what is said. Right? So, and yeah, we'll leave the poor guy alone. Because also as well, actually, so do I even have? I do have, in fact, 6 pieces of loadout available. But also we need the named stuff, so guess I'm deleting something. You know what? We're gonna load up for this. Actually, no, Oxy might be handy. We'll load up that. Anyway, we're gonna deconstruct it all just to make a little few pieces of space. It's only PTS, so it would be funny if like we did this for real, accidentally. PTS. Yeah, PTS progression set over to the main game as well, because what might be handy? Firewall might be handy as our spec. Also, was this before they added? Okay, yeah, we do have the black tusk ones. What's after? Yeah, let's
What can I do
grab
for you?
6 pieces of the gear set, but then also, yeah, we need to take off the keener suit.
I'm happy to have made a deal.
Yeah, let's take off the keener suit first. Yeah. There should be enough space to. Also, we don't need to actually stay there. So for now, I'm gonna not have that here. We just need those two, right? So, and then we'll come back for those things later. Because for now, I just want 6 pieces of this. Well, actually, I'm gonna equip the names right away, right? Yeah. It's been a while since we had a PTS. I've forgotten how to do this. Like, hey, we do this again? Yeah. Wait, is this also the RPK that has the wrong reloads? Is that why it has the wrong reload? Military RPK. I don't actually remember the look of each one of them. So, no, so this is classic. And the military is the like blacker one, right? Yeah, so it's not this one. Let's actually mod them up. Let's actually use that skin for it as well. Well, actually, RPK scope should be that the Russian one, right? This doesn't have any skins, right? No. Keep that as is. We'll just do it at the range. A standard spot. How many videos have been recorded in here? I feel like way too many. Right. Also, yeah, these pieces are all just golden, aren't they? Yeah, they're all golden. Yeah, it's all surfing golden as well. Yeah, let me check up here for a second, and then we'll get going here. Actually, also just briefly gonna check. And hey, there's a right as well. Any thoughts on Birdie quick fix? Wait, which one is that actually? Or that's one of the names, right? I don't. The names are still. Or is that's the exotic backpack one, right? Talent. Or is it actually the name? Wait, no, right? Or is that actually the name? It's been so long since yesterday when we ran it. And yeah, I'm always bad with names anyway, so wouldn't be. It's actually yeah. Oh yeah, it is just yeah. Is it also the talent name though?
That was
I think
a good
it is,
deal.
right? But yeah, overall the thing this not having a cooldown is like weird. Yeah, for general use, if they give it a cooldown, then overall the BTSU is just more useful. Oh yeah, that was the talent thing. Yeah. The thing of it is, as nice as an overcharge is, it isn't like worth that amount of hassle. And then also, in a healer, like in a standard FI, we would much prefer to have the BTSU just as an overcharge. Now with the new gear set, of course, you could kind of consider it. But the thing is as well, the rogue momentum, the global modifier for the season, that already has a built-in overcharge as well. So we're likely, for at least for this season, it's not going to see much use. I would consider. It's still definitely, like, that's one of the things we're going to discuss here on all of them. All of them are at least interesting. Like, everything here, there's no overlord here. You know, there's no the overlord shotgun here. Nothing is completely useless. You would need the skill tier because in a lot of stuff that you're going to use it with, you would want to have the skill tier. So I can definitely see why they went that. But especially the gloves could have, if the gloves were actually with a crit chance, crit damage, even crit chance, crit damage blue core, it would be already a lot more usable, I feel. But yeah, because now it has crit chance, hazard protection, and a blue core. Because those gloves as well actually are interesting. A lot of stuff of this season is interesting, which is or well, the upcoming season. Glass cannon easier now then. Yeah, the thing is though that yeah, if you're glass cannoning and then using that, like this kind of fails. I mean, yeah, it like loses aggro, and also it seems to be even solo they lose attention, or like they get you know, they're basically blind to you for 3 seconds. That's kind of nice, but yeah, you're giving up so much damage as well. Yeah, it is also, yeah, it seems to be out of combat indeed, which is also a rare, but it also gives you basically a heal, which isn't, I don't feel is intended. But yeah, let's actually start discussing it here. Well, actually, yeah. Why am I setting up a camera? We're gonna have it like this. Yeah, let me remember. Perfect energize, an axle. What was the knee pads called? Grease, axle grease. Okay. Shiny monkey here. Yeah. And that's that. And then, yeah, we'll do the gear first, and then these two names, and then we'll go to the weapons. Actually, let me double check that is the order that we do things in. Yeah, so brand set, named gear, named weapons, and then gear set. Okay. Let's get going. Am I in the right scene? Yeah. Actually, yeah, we should actually introduce the patch notes here, because I forgot. That's the one thing I forgot to introduce. So if we go here and have this at the ready. Yeah. And before we go into the gear, I wanted to just make sure that to say the patch notes will be linked down below as well. You could just read through those as well if you're interested. They're as always on their Treadle board, and they contain as it is here. You can basically just open it up from there, and yeah, all of the items that we're going to discuss here today are actually correctly in those patch notes. Let's go start with the gear set here, and the gear set or the brand set that we get first is a shiny monkey, which quite the name. Yeah. Don't spank it. Don't spank this brand set. Yeah. It has, first of all, 15% skill duration. Then we have 5% skill efficiency, which is actually the interesting part of this one. And then we get 52% repair skill. The way that they've gone with the repair skill numbers, this is triple, basically, yeah, what Alps has and such. And yeah, that causes a little bit of annoyances with basically weird numbers like 52. But overall, this as a brand set might find some use, and especially around, of course, this skill efficiency. I could see this putting this, for instance, into somewhere where you use a turret or drone for skill duration and then the skill efficiency on top of it. Same as well, maybe for Oxy. I haven't really played around on if this might be better for an Oxy, if we can get a different piece in there alongside instead of maybe the Empress that we use generally for there. Because, of course, yeah, the skill duration by itself, a lot of things that we use don't benefit too much from it, but it's also generally can be used for some things like Oxy, where the skill health that we get from Empress isn't that useful. 5% on a 2-piece, that kind of makes sense when the 3-piece of Empress is 8%. I think there will be some places where we might make some use of this, maybe just for some filtered drones as well, because yeah, the skill efficiency, of course, if you don't, and I should explain, if you're not aware what skill efficiency is, it is basically all of the yellow stats rolled into one. So you get skill duration, you get repair skill, you get skill damage, you get skill health, you get skill haste. Did I say repair skill? Yeah, there's 6 of them. Basically, you got and status effect. Actually, that's the one I think I was missing there. But basically, it is all of the yellow stats, minor stats that we can have, or well, especially as well, brand bonuses and mods and such, all rolled into one basically. And yeah, 5% of it is 5% equivalent into each and every one of those stats. So in my mind, especially if you can make use of multiple of those, so for instance, with the Oxy, when we have skill efficiency, we'll get status, skill duration, and then as well skill damage. Those are the two applying there. For something like more so, let's say status effect builds, maybe Eclipse or such, the skill efficiency would still be skill damage and status effect. It gives you basically that twice, increasing your damage quite a bit. The downside of it is, though, of course, yeah, things like skill duration and such and skill health aren't that useful for when it comes to fire cams and such. But overall, it is at least an interesting set. We'll likely find some uses for it, but it isn't, it isn't a game changer. It does come with yellow cores, at least. We don't need to do any unicorny things. Yeah, it is, as a yellow set as well, pretty easy, of course, to get, as the core is basically always maxed out. Going on to the named pieces that we'll get with this brand set. That is, first off, the axle here, this backpack. And that one has perfect energize, and well, it has no actually shimmering yellow text to explain which part has changed. It is the cooldown. The normal cooldown on energize is 60 seconds. This takes it down to 30 seconds. Energize doesn't get used much anyway. There are situations where you could make it work, but if you're going for this overcharged, in the same slot, you could have Acosta, and that could just get you there so much easier. You could have BTSU, and that could get you there, and also your entire team, to make that shiny monkey really shine instead of this. Yeah, there is... I don't think this will be that useful. Cooldown reduction to this isn't that great. I feel actually, if we were to change this, maybe make it one skill tier more, alongside of that cooldown even, so that from 5 skill tiers you can go there. Still wouldn't make it that useful. Would give it something unique though, because at the moment I feel that cooldown isn't, we don't really care about the cooldown on energized. Even on the very few places that it might get used, we wouldn't really care about the cooldown of it. It's much more because we triggered once and we do whatever we need to do in those 15 seconds that we have that overcharge. The other piece that we're getting is grease, as we're getting axle grease. On this one, it is a knee pad, and what it has actually is this second, or the stat that it has down here. It is one of its minor attributes is basically 16% status effects, where of course we could only have 10 if it was a normal stat. The thing with this is, though, that compared for the place where we would go with status effect would especially be Eclipse. The skill duration has no purpose there to a normal Eclipse. The skill duration will not actually increase the duration of a burn. It is basically for the fire cam, it is how long the cloud stays in the world once you fired it. For the stickies, it's how long it stays attached to an enemy before it dissipates, which we usually, you just ignite it anyway. Same for the fire cam, you basically, you land the cloud, you don't care about how long that cloud stays there. Sometimes, of course, it does dissipate, but it's not an important factor to try to improve by here then, basically, losing 4 status effect if we were to compare it to Electric or Golan, of course. With Electric, we would have a 10 status effect here, we would have 10 status effect there, and we would have 20% in total. Basically, here we're trading that for 16 status effect and then this 15 skill duration. The only place I can think of where this skill duration might be useful would be X0 for the flame turret. But even then, the issue becomes that you generally want to not use the X0 chest, and then you generally want to use one of the exotics, Val or Acosta or BTSU. So for instance, myself, I use it mostly with BTSU, and you have those 2 slots basically taken up. There is no place for this there. One thing as well that might be interesting as a whole for this gear set is to look at it in ways to try to get 2-piece Empress, 1 piece of this, and then see if we can maybe actually... We wouldn't get more damage, for instance, out of a turret drone or something, but we could get more, because of that skill efficiency, we could get more utility, having it have more skill health, having more, because also the first there applies it, having much more skill duration as well and such. That could be worth it as a trade-off with a ninja bike for some damage, but we'll find some uses for it, I think. Definitely, especially for the gear set itself. We might even find some uses for the grease. The backpack, I'm not too sold on. Let's go on to the weapons. Okay, we'll cut it off there. A little rambly, but it is literally called Rambling Talks. At least the series is going to be literally, it's going to be in that series. You have to... We'll have to be fine with that. Yeah, that part was 8 minutes, but that's fine with also kind of explaining what the patch notes are. Yeah. I'm going back. Yeah. So strong on the... No, because you got to remember that, like, we have both Golan. Like, even if we didn't have Golan, we have both electric and, or if we didn't even have Golan, I mean, actually, we have electric and we have Golan, so we could always just get 20, you know. This isn't even, but yeah, this thing, like, there's no places where skill duration helps out. Neither Randy. And yeah, I'm doing good. And yeah, enjoying my weekend. Although yeah, I just came home from work, so still a little tired, but it's all good. And yeah, we're gonna record up my thoughts on the PTS thing, and then I actually wanted to record this tomorrow afternoon, but actually tomorrow afternoon I likely won't even be able to stream, so we'll do it now instead. Although I definitely feel very rambly. You know what? I can't do it. I need detox here. We're not going to keep swap speed there. Am I blind? Oh, it's LMG. I am. I'm not blind. I'm dumb. This is LMG, of course. Already has that. Yeah, let me get you. If I missed anything here, actually, let's go here for a second. Oh, hey, they're dead. The Buddha's knees is on a CC build. I mean, would be a given. The thing is, though, that yeah, against electric or something, you're losing. The skill duration is just not useful. Exoro is the only place really to put these knee pads. The skill duration helps the turret's skill duration, but Exoro doesn't get used. I feel as much hype as these knee pads got, they're not, like, I don't see it. Someone might find a use for it, but yeah, I think actually although maybe mortar, but would you though? But yeah, I could go status effect, skill damage, and but then the skill duration is still not working. But the skill efficiency, you could use it. I think this whole gear set, like I think it might actually just be utility with memento that could save it, really. Although skill duration by itself, like 15% skill duration, this is going to go directly into... I feel this for Oxy is kind of great. Well, likely, I'm likely going to like already the 3-piece Murakami is a pretty good choice for... Or 2-piece Murakami, I mean, is a pretty good choice for Oxy. And this will add to that list. So yeah, Goalie and Rusty. Perfect pressure point. It's interesting that they reused a name that was for modifier last season. Fall down the well because he couldn't see that. Yeah, damn it, Funky. And hey. Yeah. Indeed, we've got the snow machine. Also, the thing is, like, even on Eclipses, I'm going to keep my glove slot, the spot to swap stuff in. PTS is just too handy. Just use a shadow volume for upsetting. Although, I mean, yeah, but you're still losing, like, on the other end. Like, it's nice for the EMP, but yeah, That's not use like yeah. You could also just have 6% more like actual duration on like the other skill. Well, at least that EMB sticky would be a place that it could have use. Yeah. Well, Exoro would be the place to put that. But also the thing is, yeah, Exoro actually, like, you don't want the chest, so that's going to be the high end, and then one of the exotics that applies well to it is just too big of a price to pay for it. Because, yeah, you want BTSU, you want Val, you want Acosta, one of those. Professor, you have to pay me. That's it. Okay, wait. How much? Can we start a force that to run X0 GoFundMe for that? 50 pounds. I might actually do it for like, and then you have to like run X0 for a few days. And then you'll have mastered X0. Yeah. Let's record this part. We're getting into just chilling way too much because that's always dangerous. I end up just chatting. Are we in the right scene? Yeah. So goalie Rusty. Perfect pressure. And we'll go to those two, which is the goalie and the Rusty, the trusty Rusty. Both of them come with the new talent for the season, as we often do. We get a new talent each season. And this time it is Pressure Point. Let's discuss that first, actually. And Pressure Point is basically just a universal status effect one instead of Sadist, Eyeless, Ignited, and get there. Let's actually cut there. Why can't I ever think of this name? This is like the 5th time that I've forgotten. Actually, we can't put the talent there. You guys all know which one I mean, but I'm gonna go find it myself. Thunderstrike. I was like strike on the first word. That's like an hour. I mean, I could get a really good massage for that price. I think I enjoyed that one. Yeah, Thunderstrike. Yeah, it's the one we don't use indeed. I was about to go the one from the Big Show, then I need a pumping. I have to get X0 tattoo. Yeah. I think that might be pushing it a little bit too far. Yeah, let's try again from the top with feeling. Actually, let me delete that part before I accidentally include it. Wait, did I put the other part away? Yeah. There. Yeah, let's mess it up. Goalie Rusty. Okay. And we'll go to those. And we're there. We get the goalie as a fall, a big fall as the base of it. And we get the Rusty, which is the RPK as the base of it. And first, let's actually discuss the new talent that we're getting with the new season, which is Pressure Point. These, of course, having the perfect versions of them. And Pressure Point is basically just a universal version of the ones that we already have at a much reduced amount, of course, at 15% for the perfect and 10% for the normal version. In the same vein as Eyeless or Ignited or Sadist or Thunderstrike, where they are all applying to a single status effect. This is applying to any status effect. So whatever status effect they have, you'll get 15% to them. It isn't 15% per status effect. It is just 15% if there is a status effect on them. Now, versus the ones that we just listed, like Sadist and such. Sadist, of course, at its base is 30. The perfect version is 35. Those are pretty high numbers. 15% isn't really. This is, of course, in the same area, well, is the same number as, for instance, Flatline would be with the perfect version. And even, for instance, the non-perfect version is 10%, and it's kind of behind that. I generally don't think there's going to be a place for this at 15%. I could see this being a little bit more useful if it was at 20%, because status effects do happen a lot, even if you're not playing towards them. And especially for instances where you are alongside team players alongside of you that aren't per se, like if there's an OD in the team, Sadist is a really good choice, but then even failing that, things like Killer or Measured will equal or surpass this. And then I'm speaking here specifically even the perfect version. The normal version, it is basically not too useful. I would love to see this go to 15 and 20. And I think actually at 15 and 20, they would be competitive to some choices, and even in general use, even without being alongside of a dedicated CC'er, for instance, or such. One thing as well is that at 20%, one of the status effects that we use quite a lot, but we don't actually have a bonus for, is Foam. This could be quite useful, for instance, then for legendaries and such, where you can go that route. But of course, what you could also do is have OD in the team and have Sadist there and do much, much better. Then going actually, to perfect pressure point, it is actually on a decent weapon and then a less decent weapon on the RPK. The fall, of course, is still a decent high of the high ends. It is one of the better ones. It is pretty high on the burst. It is decent on sustain. Its big downside is that 40 round mag, but its reload is actually decent. So the fall actually, for me, became well, outside of the Lexington, of course, it kind of became the go-to for ammo conservation. And even with the Lexington round, it is still much better at conserving ammo, 700 RPM with a pretty decent base. It doesn't eat up as much ammo as a Lexington, or especially before that, even the FAMAS. This is, though, the big fall, so this one handles a little bit worse than because we have the SA58 and then we have the SA58 Para. Of the three, the Para is the preferred one. It has a little bit more stability, especially if you're firing it. You'll notice that it does have a little better recoil pattern. So it isn't the best fall, although, of course, as we kind of see here, and that's also with the skin that I put on it, there is actually one cool skin for it. I don't remember actually exactly where this one came from. I'm going to guess it is a season track one. So that might be actually a reason to use it. But overall, the talent itself, I'm not sold. And of course, RPK version, the RPK itself, now being just 40 round base instead of the 45, and also having a pretty bad reload. And of course, yeah, this talent is not helping reload at all. I feel using RPK at this point is you're going to fast hands it. This is not going to be a usable weapon. But I could definitely see the fall seeing some use, but honestly, only if this goes up to 20. Yeah, let's move on to the next one. Okay, that's 4 for the Sherman. And next up is, in order of things, gear set. But let's just put everything on this character. But I'll likely need to, we'll get rid of this Virtuoso. No, not equip it. You're supposed to destroy it, not join it. Because I don't have enough space. Also, yeah, let's get exotics as well. Which means even we need to deconstruct a few more even. Let's take the OD ads. So we have some space. I have enough space now. Yeah, it's still here. She already actually has Oxpecker, I think. Both of them are. They're a shame. Yeah, let's equip 6 pieces. No, catch up and chat real quick. It's interesting that, yeah, the left side and the right side, they're doing it like this. Just left side has some... It has the... What else? Yeah, okay. So already have the backpack. Yeah, I already have a glove as well. Yeah. Guess we don't need those enough. Exodia gloves. Yeah, let's put Pecker of Oxes. Actually, yeah, let's keep this one. That one. You know what? We'll just put a turtle drone. Just have it somewhat matching. Might actually show it in play as well. A little. Yeah, let me catch up here real quick. So Brian look at straps. Yeah. So it's Vindictive. The thing is, Vindictive is a lot lower. Like Vindictive's 20 crit damage is getting you like 6-7%. Although yeah, it is group wide. So neither first. The value is still I think we should killer's still better. Yeah, the thing is yeah, it's just too low in comparison to the rest, especially now that they moved the rest up. Like this 15 versus 20 would have been kind of like okay-ish versus the old ones, but not so much. Yeah, the other ones. Yeah, let's introduce the set, and maybe I should just put it because I haven't done the other character. Let's just introduce it here and then also actually use it. And then we'll come back to the character for yeah. Refactor, what is the chest talent called? Increased interest and overengineering. Okay. Yeah. I feel for the backpack that is kind of fitting. That one is overengineered. Yeah. For a second, I read that and I was like, wait, what? It's called reformed? No. Oh, also, so yeah, it's a reformed mask, a revamped vest, revised holster, reorganized backpack, reshuffled gloves, and remodeled knee pads. I kind of like actually, I hadn't noticed that was the naming scheme there. Actually, I might actually let's bring attention to that. As we move on into the gear set of the season. And this one is actually one of the more interesting parts that we're going to get. We're going to get the Refactor. One thing that I'm already annoyed by is they have given up basically on giving it basically 2 words where we could, abbreviate it to a 2-letter acronym for all of these. Because, yeah, in the way that, Negotiator's Dilemma becomes ND and Eclipse Protocol becomes EP. This is just one word. This is just R. This is just the hard R. Maybe not the best choice of words there, but it's just an R. And yeah, the R set, it gives us on 2 pieces status effect 15%. It gives us on 3 pieces 25% skill damage. And on 4 pieces is actually the interesting part of this. And that's the return to sender. Receive repairs of 10% of your damage dealt by your skills. Your allies receive repairs of 20% of the damage dealt by your skills. So whatever we deal as damage outwards, we get 10% of that back for ourselves. And 20% goes to our allies as well. Making it somewhat of a healer. And that is actually, yeah, pretty interesting. We deal damage to heal. This isn't a foreign concept that quite often is a mechanic used in a lot of games where dealing damage, of course, comes back to us in a little bit. But of course, here, also being to our allies is actually not that common. Now, one of the things that this already will do outright is that you can heal by just doing damage, and you don't have to keep awareness of where your allies are. You also don't need to keep line of sight. You also don't need to actually care where they are. You don't even need to care that they're like getting hit or something. It just heals them. That part is actually already really powerful from a set like this, because quite often, one of the reasons people will go down and such is just you don't have line of sight to them. You know, they're running around way too much, and your chems, you're not landing your chems that day, you're feeling unlucky. And yeah, this though will actually just outright heal them as long as you are doing your damage part. And then on the chest, we have the increased interest. This increases the amounts healed percentage-wise of our damage from 10% to 25% for ourselves, and from 20% to 35% for our allies. This is actually one of those places where we could definitely go with the chest. Although actually, as I'll show in a minute, I think I will lean more towards doing a little bit more damage, because in my opinion, this is the way to go for this is to kind of look at it in the style of the combat medics, where you go damage first and then kind of healing second, because it heals already quite a bit. On the backpack, we have the backpack talent over-engineered, and this is while at full armor, repairs received from return to sender will provide bonus armor up to 40% of your total armor. Does not apply to allies. That last sentence of does not apply to allies is one of the reasons I think we won't be using this backpack much. You could, of course, yeah, generate quite a decent amount of bonus armor. We can't really turn that into, for instance, usage-wise for, let's say, intimidate or such. You won't be getting into those ranges. Although maybe somebody will, you know, maybe they'll see that as a challenge, me saying that, and actually go for it. But I generally, yeah, I would pick a different backpack and situationally go with or without the chest. Doing more damage here is also a way of healing more. Not as much as we're getting from the chest, but you're also doing more damage. Like, that part is a quite important thing to say. Percentage-wise, I feel the entirety of the set is a little bit too high. 20% for allies from our damage, especially if you're doing decent damage with a turret and drone, can actually keep a lot of people quite upright. And yeah, we're gonna keep cut there and kind of go into gameplay from there. It's a healthcare in a nutshell. But yeah, let's go actually. Well, I could even just do it at the range by just damaging myself there. That might actually even be the easier way. Yeah, let's maybe do that.
I've got the biggest inventory in DC.
I just want to show its healing as well. I have it saved somewhere. Is that one random item there? Still have nothing blinking. Some random stuff. Let's at least get the exclamation point off there. Yeah. Because going, for instance, with a setup like this is kind of how I landed on it here. Although, of course, yeah, everything's subject to change. This was just a testing setup, but I just want to show as well how much this can heal, and we're actually going to do it at the range because we can damage ourselves quite easily. I'm combined arms plus glass. This should be a sacrifice. I think that will likely outdo this. Well, not likely, it will outdo that. And also, yeah, get her even a little bit more damage there. The way I see setting up this set is very much going to be especially leaning towards doing a decent amount of your own damage and then kind of having the healing on the side, at least with the numbers that it has now. Maybe if it gets reduced a little bit more. Because one of the things is, while my turret is going, I'm going to actually try to damage myself in between. Yeah, and this is just the turret. And especially, of course, if I were to add to its damage, as we do there, it heals even more. And this is, of course, 10%. This is doing double of this. I don't have the chest on this. It's doing double of this to my allies. That is a little bit too much, especially, in my opinion. It is a little bit too much, and especially because it is also, yeah, you don't need to have line of sight. You're just dealing damage, and also you're dealing damage. You're dealing a decent amount of damage in comparison to a normal skill build, which are actually, you know, a turret drone build on in a normal setup. You're especially losing out on a little bit of the brand bonuses, of course, although not even by that much, because we do still have 25% skill damage there. What we're really losing out on is more the skill hastes, and those weren't really important for the turret drone anyway. Also, here actually, I'm using pieces that are from a turret drone build that was actually more set up for crit chance, and actually in the modifier that actually worked out a little bit as well. Because one of the things is as well that the modifier of this season, as we'll talk about later, also adds in to skill damage, not by a lot, but a decent amount, and then also has an at its peak has overcharge. And well, when we for instance do that here, now our damage goes up a lot more higher. The turret is about to expire, but you know, even on myself when I'm doing 10%, you know, we're continuously healing up. The downsides of it are though that healing is nice, but there's a reason we don't per se heal through everything. The health gate is still there. If you get shot by a sniper, it doesn't matter if this set heals you for a cajillion, a gwillion, whatever number you want to go for. It doesn't matter if that sniper then hits that same person again and they were health gated already, they will go down. That has always been a thing. Now, this depends, of course, if the person kind of is aware of the health gate system and then, you know, just goes and hides like a good little boy for 30 seconds and, you know, and then peeks again or just kills the sniper outright, prioritizing those kind of targets. Because yeah, chip damage is completely negated by this. But yeah, a sniper dog taking 3 shots at you. The first one will put you at Hellgate, you know, an elite one that takes 3 in a row. The first one will put you at Hellgate. If you don't go into cover, this won't save you. So that will be kind of the balancing factor for it still, though. Value-wise, though, I do feel it is a little bit too high, especially if you put a little bit of a build alongside of it that has a little bit of chunkiness. This can heal them up quite a lot, especially because it is percentage based. A lot of our healing in the game currently is flat value based, especially, you know, a healing hive, a chem, or such. This is percentage based, and especially if the blue cores go up there and are, you know, a striker with 4 blue cores can still do a ton of damage. And they're kind of invincible as when they're alongside of a good player that knows how to deal with a turret and drone and actually does output the damage needed for it. But yeah, let's move on to the exotics. So that and that. 4 plus 4. That's still fine for the gear set. Gear set is the big seller anyway for the season. Let's take it back here to this character. We'll do the same for the SMG actually. We'll take it out into the field. And just kind of show it in action.
Safe area entered.
We'll first show it in action, and then we'll show it in a different store. That joke will only work if action is available in your country. We'll just keep it as is here. Did I miss anything there? No. Let's keep going with our Oxpecker. Let's peck some oxes. Symbiosis. So yeah, let's take it for this one into here. Bungee dexterate. Yeah. Oxpecker. Yeah. Can you be holding it, lady? Madam? Could you hold that? Yeah, there we go. It's handy if that happens. Yeah. And moving on to the Oxpecker. The healing is less rewarding than the hurting, but I'm content as the unattributed text. This is actually one of the few ones as well where it's unattributed. It isn't saying who said that, but someone said it at some time. Its talent is Symbiosis. At its core, this is a MP7, and it is actually the base of the MP7, the rate of fire, reload, everything else of the MP7. And it has Symbiosis. While having a shield deployed, a loose shield held at a rate of 10% per second, your shield receives repairs of 25% of the damage dealt by this weapon. So kind of similar actually to the gear set that we're kind of getting. There's some healing going on, percentage healing again as well. And it is based on damage once more, although as well, the weapon itself also hurts the shield for 10% per second. And this is of course being flat values that means that you do want to actually only have your shield up if you're actually hurting people, because otherwise your shield can only be up for 10 seconds before it runs out, although likely a little bit longer because you do have active regeneration, of course, on it. Mod-wise, what we get is especially important that we get this 15 crit chance here, meaning that it is basically at least without considering a talent, in the same way that we can put 15 crit chance on an MP7, here we can also put 15 crit chance there. So it is at least equivalent to an MP7 without a damage talent. We're also then on top of that getting a 50% optimal range, one which gets us actually to 32 meters optimal range, although effective range, the actual range that you can fire at and actually hit something, I wouldn't say 32 actually reaches there unless you have a ton of weapon handling on the build to make the accuracy a little bit better. We're also getting this 15% headshot, so yeah, you do want to aim high if you can to make use of that a little bit. It is important actually, yeah, that it has that 15 crit chance, meaning that is at least viable damage-wise without considering, for instance, that, yeah, the talent doesn't, of course, add to damage. And that's the thing. We could, of course, have an MP7 with Killer do a ton more damage, but is this shield healing useful at all? Anyway, we'll cut there and then we'll take it into the field. And that's again a different character for no particular reasons. Yeah, let's go here.
Priority objective available, agent.
Actually, let's go sort our shit because I already see there's items there.
Here to check something out?
One more way. Last run around. Wait, was there two Cheskos here? Likely have the coyote on and then I was just swapping off of it. Yeah. Let's just run this. This is run a full red striker. Let's take it up against that's Black Tusk. Black Tusk wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah, that might be actually. Yeah. Let's go for that, and then we have that one as backup as well. Let me check here before I start. Refactor talent mechanics become additive if more than one person in the group has it equipped. Maybe a silly question was specified. It'll just, yeah, it'll be like each person is doing their own thing basically. But yeah, I wouldn't. It's not it's not interacting with itself in any way anyway. So you'll get, whenever somebody else is doing damage, you'll get 20% of their healing. They're getting 20% of yours, and you're getting still 10% of yourself, and they're getting 10% from this. It's basically completely separate, but yeah, each person is, you know, affecting the other one as well. But yeah, they don't like increase each other because there's no like. And there seem to be, if two people have it, you just, yeah, both are going ups. Yeah, let's actually let's have the UI up. Oh, actually, I should have the. We'll have the modifier up.
I got him. Kill them all.
And let's go see this one on action. We are on a red striker. I have the Oxpecker. I have also damaged targets out of cover there, and that is because for once, the blueprint is actually available on the PTS. Quite often it wasn't. We're gonna deal with these Black Tusk in a territory control. And one of the things you wanted to do with that shield is, yeah, just only use it sparingly. This guy he's going home, apparently. I shouldn't have chased him as far as I did. I do want to get actually some shots on my shield, but maybe we'll get a few. Oh, there we go. And yeah, one of the things that does happen is you do heal quite a bit of shield, especially if you're set up to do a lot of damage. It is, of course, based on the damage there, even though I lost it there. Yeah, let's actually give a shot there. Thing is, I'm getting shot from the hyenas in the back as well. I didn't want to make this a 2-on-1 fight, but also I want to have the modifier on. Like, the modifier should be on.
Signs critical.
Because the modifier adds so much damage as well. Because if I just overdrive there, the shield is invincible. Let's go use that spot. And either Gunnar, and no, the PTS will be only one phase. They announced that in the live stream. It will be only one phase. It'll go till Wednesday afternoon, though. So instead of being normally till, you know, Monday afternoon, it's 2 more days. But yeah, they're not gonna do a second phase, which it's kind of silly because yeah, there's a few very broken stuff. And for that, let's go see it in action. I'm here on a full red striker. We're using our here with a shield, of course, the striker shield, and I do have this one with damage to targets out of cover. As yeah, we do have the we do have the recalibration blueprint already. So yeah, we'll have that at the start of the season, hopefully. Weird if it was in PTS and it wasn't out of it. And yeah, the thing we want to do as well is, as we were talking about with its talent, we don't want to per se have the shield out if we're audio broke there. Yeah. Let's actually die here.
Serious trauma detected. Agent down. Agent
Yeah, audio broke.
deceased.
And now it should be fixed, yeah. Because I cut out as well there. Yeah. When that actually that happen, they're rare, so they don't usually happen. No, let's actually end that recording. There we go. Okay. Third time's the charm, right? Is that how you know that's how? That's why we usually just do like talk about it in the thing. Although of course I could just use pre-recorder, like something I recorded at a different time. But just stitching in stuff from the stream, the thing is I'm not always recording, or from previous streams or something. It's not, I'm not always recording, and the quality is quite different. But I should just pre-record some of these. So, you know, look it, we'll do it live. At least here as well, I can actually talk about it. And to actually kind of show that in action, we'll actually go and show that in action. I have a red striker here, just full red, with a shield, and together here with it, the Oxpecker. This one though, with damage to targets of recover. One thing of note is that the reconfiguration blueprints are all here already in the PTS, which they quite often weren't for previous PTSs. We've had to do without them for quite a while, and that also likely means that the reconfiguration blueprints will be there from the start of the season, which also has not been always the case. Anyway, what we don't want to have is our shield up at all times and just have it up when we need to. I'm hoping to get a few hits on me, but that of course also quite often doesn't happen. Actually gonna outright kill that one. We'll take a few hits here. Although actually, yeah, that shield guy actually broke that shield pretty easily. Yeah, let's not have that be. Could actually also go after a public where we have more enemies. There's why I held it up for right. That was more my mistake than the game's.
Access key detected.
Yeah, let's go after a public where we have a bunch more in. Why am I actually going for territory? Thing is, I can do a territory without actually ever getting hit, really. Like, even there, I stood out in the open just to get hit. But then I had my shield up for way too long. We'll do that intro once again. But actually end that other recording I did. And for that, let's go see it in action. As we have it here, yeah, we have a full red striker. I'm using the Oxpecker, and as well, we have the damage to targets out of cover third stat on this one, which also means that the reconfiguration blueprint is already here, even in the PTS, which is a good sign because, yeah, sometimes it's been missing at the start of a season. My hive is still on cooldown, even though I just reset it.
Vital signs critical.
Yeah, why is my hive on cooldown?
Agent killed.
What? Wait, this shouldn't be any. There's no. I mean, it was also like there's no directives on, right? No. What? What was my hive on cooldown? I just died and respawned. Whatever. Let's just go deal with these guys, man. Showing how great it is by showing how much I suck. Oh yeah, this is literally the last part. We'll use it in the open world, because with the other ones we're just gonna talk about. Although maybe I should show the visual effect of the thing. Although maybe I should just use it on this Hunter's Fury. Let's just do that. Let's be lazy. Why is there people here? Should be fine. Far enough. for that, let's take it into some gameplay. Here we're running Hunter's Fury, 2 blue cores, and yeah, the rest of it's kind of the normal setup. And this one as well, we have actually the Oxpecker. We have it with damage charges out of cover, which yeah is that the reconfiguration blueprint is actually already here in the PTS, because that hasn't been always the case. So it's kind of nice to see it in here already. And yeah, we don't want to actually kind of run with our shield up at all times, because yeah, it will hurt too much to the shield. But of course, yeah, if we have some targets in front of us, you know, man, why am I this bad at the game today? Let's cut it there.
Vital signs critical.
Let's take the death here.
Agent incapacitated.
Thing is, I'm just tired, and talking and playing is actually paying too much attention to what I'm saying and not too much to what I'm actually talking about. Yeah. I need just standalone publics. Yeah, let's go there. How many take is this? Like 5th? Could just record the gameplay without my face there, and then it's very much just I can't focus on both apparently. Thing is also I'm trying to get hit on the shield, which is just I just generally just want to get hit on the shield, like just why avoid it basically. We bypass those, we can. Also, yeah, going from having a global modifier to not.
Justice must be served. You will.
And for that, let's actually take it into some action. We're running it here with Hunter's Fury with 2 blue cores, Vigilance, Obliterate, a very standard setup. Although the Oxpecker as well, we have it actually reconfigured to be with damage targets out of cover. The blueprint is already here. The blueprint for all of the exotics is here, which is kind of good to see, as yeah, sometimes it has taken a while for them to be added. So they're here already in the PTS, so they should be there already at the start of the season, hopefully. And yeah, what we don't really want to do is we can actually have more than enough damage to kind of heal our shield while we have it up and we have an enemy in front of us. But we don't want to be just standing out with our shield out and not actually be shooting an enemy, because we are, of course, reducing the health of our shield as we go. It makes it a lot more run and gunny. You're moving from target to target and trying to not keep it up as often. We have some extra people joining this fight, but yeah, we'll finish them off. Of note, the SMG does not heal your shield while it's on your back, so you can't have a very damaged shield and then yeah, just put it away and then you know you get it healed up by just shooting enemies. Here I'm gonna go on to this side. This LMG is likely the most dangerous enemy, so I'll go deal with him first. I know, even as long as it's a single enemy, we can kind of actually out-heal the damage of the SMG, even though I missed all of my shots basically. We'll wait actually for the cooldown to come back. But with the other enemies, we could see that, yeah, as long as it's a 1 versus 1, I can out-heal their damage and also the damage of the SMG. We'll likely actually keep this one guy alive for a second, and hopefully we'll make him shoot at me. Even though there's a... Could I have your attention, sir? But yeah, as we get that, although of course he's gonna just melt away. One of the things, of course, it is based on how much damage you're dealing. So you do want to have damage there. So even more so than this, I would maybe go with some blue cores. Also, actually, so here we have the modifier off. Importantly, for this season, we'll have actually one of the modifiers, as we have already actually kind of equipped there, is this fortified shield. And yeah, the modifiers aren't showing unless you go back out and in after you've turned it on. And yeah, this increases our shield's base health by 100%, which will increase it just basically by 100%, also by the tiers and such that we get in the same way that, you know, if a base of a weapon gets increased or doubles. It is definitely useful and it is definitely usable, this one. For myself, I will likely lean more towards just tech tanking builds where we have the consistency. We don't kind of have to think about it too much. But for just, yeah, general use, I could definitely see trying to work towards this and then having definitely a very strong shield. Basically, as long as you're firing, you're doing pretty well. The downsides of it, of course, though, are this being an MP7, we have 40 rounds, and then we have not the fastest reload there either. And yeah, when you're reloading, you're doing so, dealing still, if your shield is at doing damage to it. You can't also out-heal multiple enemies shooting at you or very big things. And of course, as well, the thing is, snipers and such exist, and they will just kind of take your shield out anyway. And then the big elephant in the room is we could have a damage challenge here. And a damage challenge, especially on a better weapon as well. The MP7, while not bad, is just mediocre. It's a B tier at best with the current in its current state. This isn't helping it by not having a damage challenge here instead of, you know, having, for instance, let's say some form of a vector together with a better talent or a much better talent. Yeah. Still not great. Good enough. 4 minutes there. Gonna make sense. Yeah, that goes there. Yeah, we'll just log out here. Let me catch up here for a second. That was for the, yeah, indeed, that's chances sit there as well. That's Wednesday. Where that's it. She was there. Was able to over a legendary Wally and face tank it could not kill him. I mean, yeah, the thing is especially if you have a target in front of you as well that you can unload into. Because that's actually going to be the benefit of it. The thing is, like in there, I was actually either missing or I was hitting some geometry, like on one of those enemies, when I was expecting to hit him, like he was in the bushes, the place where I lost my shoe. I could have also missed them, maybe. Wouldn't be surprised. We'll see in the footage. But yeah, as long as you're shooting something chunky that's shooting back, that's kind of fine. But, you know, if you're just going in between some reds like that, solo, I could actually see it being more useful as well in group setting. Where, you know, enemies are a lot more chunky. The thing with it as well will be actually, maybe I should add that in there as well. It's really nice for dealing with names, like especially with Hunter's Fury or something. Whenever you encounter a named, especially if it's, you know, an LMG guy or something, you can't just stand in front of them with your shield or something, but now you can, till they die, or till you run out of ammo. Yeah, let's go with this. Because yeah, for these two, well, with the glove, I'm gonna just take it out in the open world, but just show that fact. But with this one, not even. Although actually, well, let's equip, because we should illustrate that. Yeah. Shield. Yeah, although, well, the thing is the counterpoints as well of you want to have a balance there, because also a full red shield will just die to people shooting it. You want it to survive, you know, against at least a sniper shot, basically. But also not the faster, it's still the same 10 seconds. It does more damage, though, per tick, yeah. But yeah, it's always the same 10 seconds there. Yeah, let's take it to Birdie's Quick Fix Pack. That's still a silly name, I feel. Maybe we should go stand next to Birdie, actually. She's still You haven't been to New York. Is Birdie still standing in that spot? Or did they move her? You know what? Actually, talking. Although, actually, yeah, it doesn't matter. We won't have our weapons out and stuff. Right? Let's actually, yeah, let's go stand next to Birdie. If she's there. So I haven't actually been to New York on the PTS.
Entering safe area.
Guess this is home now.
Yeah, it's everybody's lane. What was the name of it again? Birdie's Quick Fix Pack. Actually. Oh wait, no, right? I didn't have chat up when we were recording that. That would be a silly mistake, yeah. Yeah. And we'll come to New York here briefly and talk about this lady, Birdie's Quick Fix Pack. We have stolen her backpack. That is one of the 2 gear exotics that we're going to get in the coming season. We'll have to see actually how they release them. This season, of course, we're getting one piece of gear, which was the Centurion holster just from the season. And the other one is going to come from the Master Climax, where we masterfully climax all over Bichon that they showed, which is the boss of that Master Climax. Yeah. Here, though, we're not sure actually if one of these will be tied to maybe, again, the Master Climax or well, actually the Climax mission by itself, because the Climax mission will have a drop rate for it. With the chest of this season that we'll still get this season. But yeah, next season we'll have either, I'm guessing one of these will go to that Climax mission. This one, though, to discuss Birdie's Quick Fix Pack, which we're just going to call these likely Quick Fix or just Birdie, is the talent of Combat Medic. It comes actually with a yellow core, skill, haste, repair skill. It is very much this season. It's kind of in the way of healing and such, even though actually, yeah, the gear set that we're getting of note as well with that, yeah, it doesn't actually, incoming repair nor repair skill actually applies to the gear set, the dealing damage to get healing. It doesn't get affected by those. And yeah, this Combat Medic is here, and we get 50% revive speed, which actually is kind of nice. You do revive quite a bit faster, especially just on a down ally. You pick them up pretty quick. Then as well, we have minus 50% weakened debuff timer, which is when you go down, there's a 30-second icon in your buff debuff bar, and if you get downed again in that time, you don't get downed. You will be killed. Basically, at that point, you will be dead. Yeah, that of course is kind of mitigating that a little bit, but then this is it is based on basically the reviving either being revived or being reviving others, or actually just picking them up from being a down state, because yeah, it provides plus 50% damage resistance to both agents while receiving or being revived. So even during the revive, you have some bonuses alongside of that revive speed. And for 5 seconds after a successful revive. So even afterwards, you still have a decent chunk of damage resistance to get into cover or such. And yeah, successful revives provide +1 skill tier for 30 seconds. Revives at skill tier 6 grant overcharge for 15 seconds. Of note, and notably missing, is the length of the of the cooldown. Because yeah, we are of course just getting overcharged for 15 seconds. We do get a +1 skill tier for 30 seconds. There's no cooldown mentioned here, and the thing is, there is none. There is currently no cooldown associated with this, so you can actually trigger this ad infinitum, but yeah, it's not too useful though, even that way. Overall, it is actually a usable piece maybe for healers and such, and of course this will get used definitely in a very targeted way, speedrunning style, in certain positions to get overcharges going for the player themselves or for others to get them overcharged. Either you get downed yourself and you get overcharged, because also yeah, if the player themselves gets that, And of course, yeah, we would pick each other up pretty quick, and you can, of course, always just grenade yourself. And someone will pick you up, even a random team, and you'll get the overcharge. But in comparison to, for instance, the Black Tusk special units gloves that we can have, the BTSU gloves, that is a supercharge. That is an overcharge applying to all allies. This is personal. Still very useful. Still a very easy way to overcharge, although not as easy, for instance, as Acosta. Could this be used in some way without a cooldown to maybe get some more use out of it? The thing is, usually, if we're overcharging, for instance, in very much in like speedrun settings and such, if we're overcharging, we're doing whatever the hell we're doing in 15 seconds and getting the hell out. Like, if we need more than that, we've already failed. It's not it's a slow run. And the BTSU, of course, again, can do that. Acosta can do that. Even Overclock, we can do that with. This is kind of a clunky way to get there, but it's still very usable, and we'll likely find some uses for it here and there. Of note as well, currently in the PTS, alongside of it not having a cooldown, because actually I think it should just have a cooldown, likely a 30-second cooldown, which still would be, you can basically be overcharged for 15 seconds and then not, and then again for 15 seconds afterwards. But somebody basically also is giving up their damage while you're doing that, because they'll be downed or you'll be downed, so... The thing it's also doing currently is acting as a ninja bike backpack, because as we can see, we have one piece of the Shiny Monkey gear set, or gear. It's annoying that it's called Shiny Monkey gear, so my brain goes gear set. But yeah, it's a Shiny Monkey brand set. We have two pieces marked as active, even if we go, for instance, here to having, let's equip an Brazos piece. Yeah, we have, again, two pieces marked as active. This is, of course, the trait of the Ninja Bike backpack, where it activates more than one brand bonus. It activates, basically, the next brand bonus available. This shouldn't happen, of course, and this will likely get fixed before it goes into live, I would hope, right? There's also the downside of not having a second PTS phase, because, yeah, we have only one PTS phase this time, an extended one, but, yeah, they're not going to do a second PTS phase. I hope they get this fixed up. This being a ninja bike alongside of everything else that it does, well, first of all, that doesn't seem like this isn't definitely intended, because it's much more useful than ninja bike then at that point. Even, missing those cores, it's doing more than it by itself. This doesn't seem intended, and yeah, hopefully this will get fixed before it reaches live. And yeah, we'll go now to the glove. Gotta love the glove. Gotta glove the love. You know what? Let's just take some red build. I deleted most of the just red builds. I will just take her striker. As I will just show it on her. There. I'm extra blind. Yeah, where's the Lexington? It's weird that it's not. Yeah. Also, let me get you up here. 15 ticks, filters. It is 12 ticks. Wait, what? It should be. Wait, this. I mean, that seems. I didn't pay actually at. Like, is it doing different amounts depending on tiers? Was that seems. I didn't pay attention to it at all. Because yeah, it should be 10 ticks and 10% per tick. That's what it should be. By the text. But yeah, we'll add that to the pile of things maybe at the end. That one I wasn't aware of. But that also, yeah, that would be the part to lead with. Smoke screen, Exodus gloves. Yeah, let's do this one too. Actually, let me put that other one away. Moving on to the Exodus gloves here. The Exodus gloves are coming with a blue core, a crit chance, a hazard protection. These stats, it's annoying that it's in that way. And of course, actually, being an exotic glove, it comes with a talent. And yeah, you give up the brand bonus basically for that. And yeah, there are the flavor text of it, again, does not have attribution to anybody. So we don't know who said this, but I'd like to make a withdrawal. Yeah. And what it does is it's talents-wise smoke screen. On armor break, drop a smoke bomb at your feet, concealing you from enemies for 3 seconds. Cooldown 40 seconds. This piece of gear has been actually very much the second that I said. It was like, oh, actually, well, kind of depends on how this works. We'll kind of show it in a second. But then as well, I saw the stats and went, man, and I still feel that way. Man, if this was just crit chance, crit damage, this would be much more viable because at the very least, we're also giving up a brand bonus, if nothing else, for this exotic talent. This blue core, I could live with it being crit chance and then also, you know, giving up a red core and then a crit damage here for a lot of builds where this would be useful because, yeah, basically when we armor break, when we get shot too much, we drop a smoke bomb and we get basically a little bit of a reprieve from that point. But how much damage are we willing to give up for that? I feel this exceeds the amount that I'm willing to give up for that. But let's go actually see it in action because also it has a little bit of a quirk. So you just stay in New York. And you twerk. Somewhere preferably a little secluded so we don't fight 12 other things. That's on there's a rooftop, right? Yeah. Or the street is fine there as well. With activation.
Hostiles
Sorry.
guarding location nearby.
And a witch flash. And a Anders as well.
Hello?
Sure. Wasn't paying attention that there were enemies here. Where they used it once there. Yeah, let me try it here for a second. We'll need to wait for the cooldown to go. So I want to actually just make sure it's still like even because I realize now that I hadn't messed around with it solo. So number of loadouts along with stash space, no. They did say that they might look into it.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
I'm with you. UAV's going out.
Somebody shoot me. Not with that though.
Got a man down!
That wasn't a lot enough. They get a little bit of regen there. That's actually wait, let me see if I can actually
I can cover you.
no revised. I'll wait for the cooldown there. So.
Don't move! You'll bleed out! Back on your feet, soldier!
Okay.
I'll provide cover fire!
So okay, solo you can't make it go all the way then. Because in a group setting we could actually make it go all the way. Give you a full heal. I think I should try that. Well, that was always the plan. I was gonna make sure that you get a decent chunk of heal out of it. How are they still aggro to me, guys? Feeling plenty far away. Just leave me alone. Really?
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Guys? Look how far. It's literally under 77 meters. Okay, there we go. Christ.
Detecting high threat enemy patrol.
That's a double judgment. No. Because like it takes up time and stuff. Like even if it doesn't have a per se cooldown, the thing is that we'll eventually find some way to actually break it without a cooldown. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, I should. Well, actually, I'm not going to use a turret. I'm going to use a decoy. And here are those gloves equipped. We're going to actually take them out into the field. I'm going to show the effect and then also show an extra bit of the effect. So yeah, here we're just going to go engage these guys. I do also have the modifier on for this. We're just going to be very, you know, we won't care how engaged we are. Of note as well, I'm going to keep an eye on my health. I'm going to also toss out a decoy there. I'm going to go hide. Although actually, well, one of them still saw it. But actually, I was out of combat there for a little bit, a tiny amount. Enough, though, to regen half of my health there. Especially in group settings, you will be out of combat when that effect triggers. Let's actually go to the second wave here. And yeah, there's a 40-second cooldown. The cooldown is on the bar, so yeah, you don't get it continuously. Let's actually murder this wave. And let them come again. I'm waiting kind of for the cooldown to go. I do want to keep my ability right now. I'll just wait for them to come a little. It's gonna toss out a decoy. You know what? Shoot me again a little. Let's see actually, because I do definitely have had it go all the way. I don't know. There again. Yeah, too. And that by itself is already an interesting effect sideline, because it actually does pull us out of combat, and then of course we are out of combat healing. Well, as long as we have of course no regen on or off or not on. So there's even a little bit of shenanigans you can pull with this. The enemies basically completely disregard you for those 3 seconds. You could also use that in some settings to maybe push through them or such. I could see this actually being handy for even when you go into the DZ and run through landmarks and just, you know, try to get the quickly to the crate and just open it. This gives you a little bit of an extra advantage going through that. Not that it was needed, the decoy did enough already. And then yeah, in group settings quite often as well, if you just go and hide, it'll actually give you a full heal, which is, I feel, maybe unintended, but yeah, it does add also a little bit of utility that way. So it gives you basically half of a heal there. And also as well, it gives you a little bit of armor, so you can armor break again, because that is of course part of it. The thing is though, the next season as well, as we'll actually discuss here briefly, will be, as last time, the PTS already had the directives for the season here already. We see that it's basically, we're keeping special ammo, we're keeping fog of war and pistolero, and in this case, no regen is swapping to fragile armor, and cool skills is swapping to scavenge skills. Of note is, yeah, fragile armor. It does actually fragile armor break, of course, when you actually trigger this. So directive-wise, it isn't aligning well with the coming season. But with other places or having it off, because yeah, your armor breaks would still stack. You still get, of course, yeah, just the hiding from it. This does seem very useful, for instance, as well for places like Countdown or such, where, you know, if you're getting shot at, generally the thing is to just, yeah, you go hit health gate basically, and you just have to hide for a little bit. This will kind of help players that are, you know, a little bit more aggressive maybe, to be able to just, yeah, have a little bit of a reprieve to get into cover and then just sit there and just, yeah, let the aggro go to others, of course. The effect of it as well is actually visually kind of cool, and I do kind of like it for that. Yeah, let's move on to the next, which I don't actually even remember what is next. Let's make sure I didn't miss anything there. Yeah, so wait, what is next? Okay, yeah, it's gonna be season modifier. So let's actually set this girl up because we haven't actually. And what will go? Actually, no, that roof isn't here, right? The roof I'm thinking of now.
High threat enemy patrol detected.
The roof is over there. I know they did this though. Yeah, let's just do this. She doesn't go. Okay, even actually in that it goes black. That's nice. Yeah. And moving on to the modifiers of the season. Well, of course, the PTS, they're giving us the new global modifier. That's going to be Rogue Momentum. Rouge Momentum. As, you know, I feel a bunch of people will, on purpose or maybe on accident, get that wrong. And yeah, it's very much interesting to see momentum when, you know, we get so much corrections of memento. Here we're getting basically the inverse of it, actually, with moment in it. And yeah, let's see how many people go with Rouge. What it is at its core, as we won't go all the way through it, especially on this one as well, we're just going to highlight a few things. If you want to read it all outright, yeah, either pause or go to the patch notes where it already contains all of them, and in detail as well. And actually in more detail than some of the descriptions here, because some parts are missing actually. But what it is that as we get kills, and especially as well accolade kills, so headshot kills or multi-kills or tactical kills, which is just weak point kills, or actually open world damage kills, we gain momentum, and that momentum carries us through several tiers. So here, as we can see, it's going from 1 to 25%, 25 to 50%, or well, 26 to 50%, 51 to 75, 76 to 95, and 96 to 100 as the cap of it. And what we get in there is especially that we get some weapon and skill damage. This weapon and skill damage is just additive to our general weapon damage. It is just all weapon damage at its base. It even shows up actually in the stat pages. But this means as well that it will actually apply to things like Headhunter as well. But what it then also means is, yeah, it is going into a pool that is heavily filled in already, and is going to give us basically a pretty bad diminishing returns because of that. This 5% is, yeah, not just a full 5%. It is in the amp like that. Same for the skill damage end of it. It's just additive to other skill damage on the build. So also the less of it that you have, the more you would benefit from this. What we also get is movement speeds. As we see, it goes from 10%, 15%, and then 20%. It caps at 20, and also it does not add to any other sources of movement speed. So yeah, if you have a Lady Death, that basically the cap that is on the Acosta explained as being 20% being the max movement speed increase. That seems to be also just the cap, like having multiple ways of reaching that. What will happen though is, yeah, if the Lady Death and then you get the movement speed, it does, you know, they just carry over from each other. They just, but basically while they're overlapping, you don't get 40%. But you will then just have 20% once one of them falls away. We also get some rate of fire and reload speed later on in here as well, up to a max of it being basically at 20% weapon/skill damage and 25% rate of fire on the damage ends, but then also having a 20% movement speed and 20% reload speed, which is quite nice, of course, as well. What we don't get here, though, and I feel it's kind of missing a little bit, even though it wouldn't need to be much of it, seeing as we're getting skill damage, the weapon damage is getting a reload speed. I feel the skill damage should get skill haste here as well alongside of it, because also, yeah, this rate of fire as well will only apply to the weapon end, so it's still a little bit too much to the weapons and not enough to the skills here. Although, of course, yeah, what we do get as well at its max is that we get skill overcharged. And what it is that while you are in this final tier, in this 96 to 100%, you actually are continuously overcharged while you're in there. And that is, of course, very powerful, depending on what skills you're using. Even if you're just using a shield, that shield is invincible. And it's kind of weird to me that, yeah, that they're adding this in with the Oxpecker alongside of it. Even though, of course, yeah, you can kind of use the Oxpecker to get to this point, but once you reach this point, and you can kind of maintain it decently well, especially if you're shooting at some enemies, as we'll see in some of the passives here, this level skill overcharge will do what the Oxpecker does already. And actually, to me, in a much easier form. But that's, of course, if you have the modifiers on. For our actives, we do have 3 pretty good actives. One of them is kind of tedious, and I haven't played around much with it, which is this Vendetta. You need to basically do specific type of kills against specific type of enemies, or well, they'll get marked, and you need to kill them in certain ways with primary weapon, skill kill, or pistol kill. And if you do, you get some damage reductions or some bonus armors. If you don't, you get penalized by having some damage done to you. This Tactical Supreme overall as well kind of seems like an interesting way, because we are actually getting all passive modifiers. Effects are increased by 100%, so we're gaining actually on the passives. The thing is, though, that overall the passives aren't that great this season. Like, we don't have a by the teeth as a spoiler warning, as we'll get to the passive in a second. So we don't really have anything for this to really buff up that much, although there's a few that we can kind of definitely get there. And this is, of course, yeah, while it is active, once you activate it. With it as well, we can actually extend it by doing headshot kills. This annoyingly, though, yeah, you're not going to get that quickly headshot kills, except, of course, if you're on a determined build with pistol, or determined build with hotshot, for instance, or something. I've noticed as well, of course, that, yeah, the base of this season is weapon damage, so it does even help Headhunter builds as well to reach a higher cap and such. And yeah, you can get a little bit of addition to that as well, that skill kills at 1 second, and you can max it out at 40 seconds if you actually get a ton of skill kills or such. But then, yeah, the penalty of it is that you can't actually gain momentum while it is active. You're only gaining duration increases, basically. So, and yeah, you can't have it actually be the maximum tier there as well. But the main one actually for this next coming season, and the one I'll likely be running, and most people as well, kind of the prime time of this this season in next season, is this overdrive. And overdrive basically just takes you to the max for a little bit, and gives you the max momentum. But afterwards, your momentum gains are reduced, but that's not a big issue, because it's 50% for 30 seconds, but it takes you instantly to the cap. And what you get as well during that time is plus 30% skill damage, plus 30% weapon damage, plus 30% rate of fire on top of the weapon damage as well. So the weapons are going very high, and also unlimited ammo supply. And this is actually quite interesting as well for, of course, the ammo reduction mods, the directives. What we have as well is then a bunch of the passives. I won't actually discuss them all. You can go to the patch notes and kind of read through them. The ones that I can already see being very useful is, this next season, skill builds as well are actually, so this current season, skill builds weren't getting much anyway. Turret drone builds weren't, eclipses weren't, a bunch of, it was definitely the season for weapons. They're giving turrets, pulses, and turrets and pulses and shields, quite a big buff. And then as well, decoys and seekers are also getting some things for them to grab. And so, for instance, of note, we have, especially for the pulse, we have, this will, I think, be the go-to for just red builds. This will be microwave coils, which actually, when you pulse enemies, and this can also be any source of pulse. So if you have the link laser pointer, if you have the spotter drone, if you have any other ways of pulsing, just Night Watcher with a pulse or just a normal pulse, they can receive the burn status effect, and it's a 5% momentum for every affected enemy as well. So you can actually use this as well as momentum buildup. And this, especially with the spotting drone that has a very short duration and just continuously is like pulsing things, works really well. But just by itself, it is just a built-in CC, especially, for instance, if you're running Technician with the Link Laser Pointer. Even if you're not running Flatline alongside of it, it is just a random CC here and there. Together with that, actually, the Pulse here as well has the option to get you a 25% chance to receive a blacklist mark on an enemy. And blacklist is kind of the enemy mark of this season, and those enemies, basically, if they shoot you, you lose more momentum than normal enemies. If you kill them, you gain more momentum just from that, and you can gain a hefty amount of it, like 20%-ish from a blacklist enemy. This causing enemies to become blacklist enemies as well gets you the opportunity to gain momentum quite quickly. Together with that, actually, the mainstay, I feel, for red builds of the next season is going to be this critical momentum. Of course, the crit chance, crit damage based ones, not headhunter based ones. And this is critical hits have a 50% chance to grant 1% momentum. So basically, we have, instead of a 60% chance of crits, we have a 30% chance of each hit being 1% momentum. And this builds up, of course, very quickly if you're firing a weapon at, let's say, 15 rounds a second, like a FAMAS, or even more than that, because you're on Striker and adding 15% rate of fire to that. This has been my go-to as well, just for charging up the momentum, together, of course, with just triggering the overdrive and getting to max right away. And then actually having 50% reduced amounts coming in is not a big issue when you have creating blacklist enemies and you're getting some momentum going from crit chance. And even whenever you pulse enemies, if they're affected by it, you get also this bonus amount as well. That will be the go-to for reds. Of note as well, there's a whole setup for shield where we can actually have a double health to shields. And as well, actually behind the shield, if you're getting hit behind the shield, you heal a little bit. Well, that one's not that useful. And as well, we can actually have a healing one in here as well. Critical hits restore 0.15% of your maximum armor. This is basically a 2.25% if you're accounting as well for the crit chance, 60% regen, as long as you're continuously hitting enemies, which, depending on if you're maybe, running a Bullet King and just continuously hitting an enemy that is like not dying very quickly, you can have 2% regen going. I don't feel, though, it is still that useful in comparison to some of the other things we can pick here. We do have as well things that, for instance, affect explosive skill kills, reduce the cooldown of that skill by 30%. Actually, this other one as well. Seeker Mines deal double damage to blacklisted enemies. And what if you create a few of those with this Reaper? There's a lot of interaction together with that as well. There's a few CC ones. So for instance, this is the decoy skills. Whenever it actually times out or gets destroyed or deactivated by you, it can blind up to 2 enemies. This does seem to have like a range limit. Around 20-ish meters is my guess. It isn't infinite. It doesn't just, across the map cause that. You have the same as well for the drone. And also, yeah, when it gets destroyed or gets timed out or such, it will actually trigger this shock, which can actually be quite handy, actually. It's a decent CC way. And as well, even, yeah, skill kills, getting double momentum gains and such. Of note is nothing in here. Even like one of the stronger ones is, for instance, this striker drones damage by 15%, but reduces it down to there. You might have noticed there is no liability here. There's no impatient here. There's no bite the teeth. And yeah, they've definitely learned a lesson of the last season. The main modifier that we have, this rogue momentum, that's actually where we're getting most of our damage increases from. And this one definitely 20% weapon / skill damage and 25% rate of fire. That is actually pretty powerful. Skill overcharge on top of that skill damage as well for drones and such is pretty powerful. But yeah, we don't have passives that are insane. Because let's be honest, Bite the Teeth was insane. Even doubling these with for instance, that other active, yeah, 15 becomes 20%. This shield, though, yeah, you do gain basically another, this 100% becomes 200%, so you gain basically 3 times the health of your shield there. That is pretty powerful situationally. But yeah, there is no really hard-hitting buffs to there, and actually, I feel that is a good thing. They seem to have learned a lesson. They are not. This definitely feels pretty powerful. It doesn't feel as overpowered as being in long range and hitting those by the teeth, or even hitting reversal and bringing by the teeth close and just melting enemies. We don't have that here, and I think that is a good thing. The momentum itself is actually pretty powerful by itself. This base one is actually what we're gonna try to get up as quickly as possible, and yeah, We'll do some things as well. We can get some CC out of the modifiers there, and that can be very nice. Lastly, talking about the enemy modifier, because there's of course always one on the enemy. What we get is this frenzy, and this is a hostile modifier. And the interesting thing is, it's based on how far we are in the journey. So if we're at chapter 3, they get plus 10%, chapter 4 plus 20%, and a 15s. So they get movement speeds as well and such, and rate of fire, of course, towards us. And then also they get regen, actually, which is yeah, quite well. I haven't actually gotten further into the journey, I'll admit here. So I haven't seen it actually in action, but it is actually, this seems pretty hefty. It does cap at this 30% rate of fire, 20% movement speed, and plus 20% health armor, or armor and / health regen. 20% per second seems a lot, and it's weird that it is actually tied into this, because what happens if, like, on my second account, I just don't do the journey for the whole season and I just use that as my farming account? So how does that work? Those kind of things, I don't have an answer here yet. We haven't actually been able to test with that. Also, is it just the leader? Is it just the is it the entire group? Is it personal per like, if they're shooting at somebody who is who hasn't done chapter 3, do they do less rate of fire? And because how would that work as well for armor? So there's a bunch of questions I still have here, especially with the hostile modifier, and we'll kind of have to have those answered as the season goes on. That was long, but yeah, modifier is also like basically the season, 15 minutes. Kind of got a little bit too rambly there. Also, yeah, so let it come in there with the rate. Let's get you a shout out there. And yeah, sorry for those coming in. I'm recording for a video for YouTube later on, and yeah, as the title of the stream says, it's my thoughts on the PTS. So yeah, we're kind of just going through the pieces here. Also, yeah, we should actually just see it in action for a second. Let's swap for that though. Now let's swap to the Heartbreaker tech tank. Also, yeah, hope you had a good stream there, Flooded, and yeah, welcome in raiders. I need a Sunset King. I need a green cheese as well.
Agent, priority objective available.
And yeah, either Flooded. He does for these streets. Oh, glad you like them. We'll be making a few of them here. Actually, how long have we already been going? As I can just open all the segments we've recorded so far and see that it is 49 minutes. Missing this one. 58 minutes already. I mean, there's a lot of shit to talk about. Thing is though that, yeah, most people would just make this several videos. I just like making it one. Although what I might do is, nah, we'll just do it in this one. There's barely anything. I was like, maybe I split off the weapon rebalance. What's a control point to go for? One that also has a decently easy defense. Or well, consistent defense, like that I don't have to wait for them to come from across the map or something. I feel No Hope is actually an obvious one. Either that or Fallen Cranes. Yeah, let's go to Fallen Cranes. Let's mark that convoy coming in, so we know when it arrives. I'm likely going to be done before they get here.
Civilians in distress.
And also, just to show it in action for a second, we're on the Heartbreaker tech tank. I actually have that overdrive and actually those two pulse ones, and of course we're gonna be using a linked laser pointer here. Together with that, we have the gain momentum by just critting. And here's why. Actually, I'm on a not even perfectly set up. I don't even have a Lexington here. We're just a grade 0 Kingbreaker. But yeah, let's go deal with these guys. And yeah, the thing we can do now as well, which is actually kind of nice, is we can actually activate our... Oh, actually, shit. We'll cut it there. Yeah, you need to wait out the cooldown, of course. God damn it. Maybe let's take the... yeah, let's take the quick burn after. I forgot that the cooldown works. It's literally on my bar and I forgot about it. Also, I don't want to per se deal with those guys. Let's maybe go somewhere else. Crash site is also not too bad. Mast would actually be good. Although actually, I don't want to go against Outcast. That's too easy. Well, let's go for Cinderblock. Likely aggro whatever's down the street as well. Doing that. Let's go to Cinderblock. Oh yeah, uncharged tech tank. I would rather charge it up. Does she have the Lexington? Actually, she might have the Lexi. Oh, she has the Lexi. Do I want to do that though? No, not particularly. Although maybe we do the... Let's do the Lexi. Also because then I can talk about... Yeah, you don't even need flatline per se. Oh, actually, want the other exits. Wanna advance towards it from the north. Also, that's really good because yeah, we'll have the cooldown actually complete there. Because I'd forgotten about the cooldown of it. Also briefly, I'm just gonna check over here. None of my tabs open, nor I normally would have. Actually, there's these guys in front are kind of handy as well. And also to show it in action, actually. We have it here with, I'm going to take it, a Heartbreaker Tech Tank into it. For the passives, we have actually those two pulse ones, the Reaper, the Microwave, and also then this Critical Momentum where we gain momentum from crit hits. You know, I'm actually as well using the link laser pointer here, of course, for the Heartbreaker parts of it. Even though, yeah, I'm not actually even going with flatline here. We're just taking killer, even though, yeah, we do have that link laser pointer. Overall, killer, we can extract more damage from it. It is a graded weapon, although actually I haven't charged up the memento yet here on it. We're coming into it basically cleanly. We have that cooldown actually on the bar for overdrive. It is going up and up. I'm going to actually wait it out for a few seconds because, yeah, we do want to use overdrive here as our start. It'll get us all the way to the max. And actually, even with its 50% reduction afterwards, we'll stay at the max quite consistently, especially with, yeah, a bunch of our passives giving us as well some momentum as yeah, we'll get that in there. There seems to be somebody over there. These guys don't seem to be caring. One of the things as well is actually we do have the thing causing us to have pulse causing fires. Basically, whenever we pulse an enemy, there's a 50-50 chance that they catch on fire. That's actually, yeah, it's in the patch notes as 50-50, and then it isn't actually in the actual description of it. And there, yeah, when in the background we were hearing somebody screaming that they were on fire, basically, or like screaming because they were on fire. One of the things is every time that the pulse actually runs out, we have a chance again of activating. If an enemy is pulsed and there's a different source of pulse coming towards them, it doesn't actually get you a chance again. So they need to be unpulsed, and then whenever you pulse them then from any source, at the start of it, they'll have the option of maybe getting set on fire. And this causes a bunch of CC just randomly to happen, but also causes, for instance, if you're just using the big pulse, so for instance, yeah, we had some enemies kind of over there running away from this fight, although, well, slowly walking away in a different direction. We would actually, yeah, if you're in the open world and you just pulse, you're setting a bunch of stuff on fire and aggroing everything in the neighborhood, which might be actually an interesting way to troll some allies when you're out in the open world. Here, of course, yeah, we're not struggling too much, but what we're getting here as well, we're basically the whole fight here, we've been maxed out on momentum. I feel actually the momentum gain that we have available to us is maybe actually a little bit too high, especially that critical momentum. I feel they didn't completely think it out. It gives quite a bit, but of course, yeah, you do need to be on a build with crit. That will make it so as well that actually if you're running a skill build, having a lot of crit isn't a bad idea. Like with the Refactor set that I was running earlier, which had a bunch of crit chance, I was actually using that crit chance to just make crits happen. They don't need to do a lot of damage. I don't need to have high crit damage. I just need to crit and then 50% of our crits. So basically, yeah, the half of that, if we're at 60, basically making it 30%. Of our shots is also giving us 1% momentum, and we're making a lot of shots happen, of course, especially if you consider even a chatterbox or something like that. And yeah, the damage increase is quite high, and here, of course, as well, it is making skills overcharge. We can see actually that my shield on my back is overcharged. when I pull it out, it is gonna, when we are in that range, it is gonna be invincible because of the overcharge. But also, it is basically pulling up skills up to skill tier 6 because of that. Well, when it's in in the overcharge state, making my Artificer Hive basically a 6 tier one, which will heal for quite a bit. Quite a bit. Truly quite a bit. And here some more CCs happenings and such. And yeah, we're kind of keeping ourselves at the cap here. And actually we can't even, I believe, look in here, and yeah, we have 57.2% repair there from the Artificer. And I think we're actually outside of the church there. But overall, this is very powerful. It is very helpful for running gun builds, of course. We can give up a lot of damage and still kind of compete because we're getting some rate of fire and some just basic weapon damage going. It isn't as powerful as this season. Just the base modifier of this season, especially if you're using it well, is overall as powerful as this. Even though, for instance, there being a rate of fire buff in there, that does mean that it will affect, for instance, the stacking ability of Heartbreaker here. Even though that, yeah, we can see that it's still annoying because I was expecting her to be on the minigun. We are still at half stacks basically after all that fighting. Let's actually stack up to full here for a second. We'll use an ACS on this hostile supply convoy, heavily armed edition. Man, actually we're still not fully stacked. Let's stack some more. Just the story of Heartbreaker by itself. We just need to always just stack a little bit more. And especially here as well. Once we have Killer activated, and also this damage, and also the rate of fire. Yeah, where this is still a very powerful modifier. We'll have to see, of course, how effective the enemy's counterpart to this is. I feel we'll still be well able to deal with it, just because while they get regen, and that will affect, of course, how quickly we kill them. We kill them generally quick enough that 1 or 2 ticks at most from that enemy frenzy will happen. But what they don't have here is just more armor or more health. I feel that would be actually the go-to a little bit to make it more fair. I feel instead of a lot of this, they could just improve or like increase the enemy armor and health. The way that Stellite, for instance, this season works, it gives a reduction, but in effect it's also, of course, just how much damage we do to those enemies. So we need to do more shots to kill them. And Stellite, of course, is kind of the balancing factor of this season for now, because that is actually one that kind of hurts. We'll have to kind of see this, because the incoming damage and such and their movement speed isn't that impactful. This 20%, we'll just have to basically out-damage it, of course, but that shouldn't be too hard. But this will affect as well things like names and such more so, because it's a percentage-based heal on them as well. But yeah, having seen the rogue momentum here in action, overall, I do think it is impressive. It is actually I've enjoyed my time with it, and definitely as a modifier, I'll be running it quite a bit. It is definitely not as OP as our current season modifier in Point Blank is. Which I actually prefer, but it is still a very big damage boost, and I would love to also have some extra, maybe, a heroic plus at some point to kind of use this in and actually, make it a little bit more of a fair challenge. Let's actually get that part checked for a second, because I also did no, this is the other one. Because I also saw the raid coming in. We'll grab that real quick. Let's make sure that goes in here. And hey there, Big Red Tiger. And I hope you had a good stream as well. And welcome in raiders. Let's get you a shout out there. And recording some parts, so yeah, if in between I'm just talking away, that's because of that. Later, Darth, and yeah, either Big Red. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good, and yeah, hope everybody out there is enjoying their Sunday as well. I'm recording, yeah, basically my thoughts for the PTS, as I do want that to go up tomorrow, so we're just getting that out of the way here. Also, what was this one? Can I see current gear? What do you mean current? What I was? Wait, when was that? That was like 4 minutes ago. So I was in this. I'm guessing. There's a current season build. If you're interested. Oh, wait, it's a handy build to have, which is the Heartbreaker Tech Tank. I'll put it actually in both chats there. Although, yeah, we're just using it as the background here just because of pulses as well. Just wanted to use that as the inaction. But yeah, that was much more about the modifier of next season. Yeah, so we have the modifier done. What else is miscellaneous? Okay, yeah, let's do a bunch of miscellaneous stuff. Let's make sure. Oh yeah, so no, we have the weapon rebalance first. Actually, I'm skipping over my own notes. Let's put the Lexington back in the stash. Also, if this gal has any other weapons, let's put them back in the stash. She's not supposed to have. Although we're on PTS, so I'm being a lot less thorough, putting stuff back. It's being lazy. What's those extra rifles? Is it character 1? I mean, it should be character 1, right? That has those. Yes, we do have a little bit of rebalance to talk about, which is gonna be this in a second. Yeah, it must be here. Is this the enlarged one? Yes. Okay. But yeah, first I want to start it in here and talk about Lexington.
Entering safe area.
You know what? We'll use this as background. Lexington. Does she have the extra rifles? Okay, that's the extra. I already had one. That's why the inventory's so full. There's a bunch of random shit in there. Yeah. Let's go into this. And 2 final pieces as we'll go into a weapon rebalance here first, as yeah, they have actually touched up a little bit of some of the weapons of note as well. The one nerf basically in this whole thing of theirs, which is actually the Lexington. And yeah, a lot of people have been like, it's nerfed, or yeah, it's, you know, or it's still the god. Overall, it didn't lose much. It basically lose 1.15% basically against its previous incarnation on the damage. It is still actually pretty high up there. Let's go actually to in the browser, as we have here an updated version. Let's go actually to the AR tab. I got it there. Should have had it already set up in the AR tab. I should have also been here actually starting there. That's what I get for being a little tired, because I did work today and feeling it a little bit. Yeah. And let's move on to some slight rebalances that have happened. There is one nerf in total, basically, and the rest is all buffs. But the one nerf is actually to a weapon that we use a lot, which is the Lexington. As we saw in the previous clips there, the Lexington still doing fine, still doing work. The rebalance to it is basically a 1.1% reduction against its previous incarnation. It is basically now a 3.3% increase over. Is it? God damn it. This is like the number I wanted to check. So this is this number divided by the M4 number. Is it 3.3? It's 3.7, see? That's why I need to check stuff before I talk. The third tick. Let's make sure that actually let's delete those two before I accidentally include them. Wouldn't be the first time. As we move on to some weapon rebalances, there is some slight ones. There isn't as much as last season. Although actually basically a lot of weapons are getting touched. Most of them though, basically all of them, with the exception of 4, are just getting changes to their reload speed, which is not that impactful. It does matter. We will care about that, but not to a very high degree. The single nerf in all of this is the Lexington, as it came in, of course, during this season, and it caused a little bit of uproar, being basically the most OP version of the high ends. There's really, when you're picking a high-end AR, there's really no alternate than it, if you have it. And if you don't have it, then yes, then there are a few picks to have. This kind of annoyed me, especially the Lexington being just better. I don't like there being just better. I prefer choice, variety, having multiple picks available to us, and then as well having, for instance, one being a little bit more damage, but then losing a little bit in like maybe handling or reload speeds or stuff like that. That is my preference. But the Lexington, to actually address that elephant in the room right away, let's go to the burst and sustain tables. I've actually made a burst and sustain table specifically for the PTS. We've altered the values to the PTS values. It's mostly reload speeds, and a few base damages. 4 weapons in total have their base damages altered. If we go into that and into the AR section here, on the burst, we see that the Lexington is where it used to be on top. It is no longer, but it is actually still. Because actually the top dog in this, if we disregard the Lexington, and let's zoom in as well a little bit as we can make that a lot larger. The FAMAS is basically the top dog in here, as we saw when we actually calculated on build. Because of course, the F2000 and the Honey Badger here, they're missing a mod. They basically have to either give up 5 crit chance or 10 crit damage for their extra damage that they have here, and that's basically their compensation. So the FAMAS was the top dog. It was below the Lexington. It is still below the Lexington. In this case, though, it is no longer basically the 4% or the 3.5% that it was. It is now basically a percent and a bit, 1.5%. That is also the amount. If we kind of scroll to the right, we have here actually what the old number of the Lexington was. Together with that, how much is the new number of the old number? And it's this 98.86% basically. As well versus the M4, which is of course the base weapon for it, even though it doesn't take off over all of its traits, because it has different recoil pattern, but it has the same RPM. It had basically it has a 3.7% increase on the base damage versus the M4. It still puts it as the top of the table. We will eventually, of course, do the on build comparisons again once the actually final numbers go into next season. We'll likely see the Lexington be on top again if this is its final form. I would have preferred it to be basically flat out the same as the FAMAS. It would still be the top weapon because it is much more better handling than the FAMAS, and it is better reloading than the FAMAS. That would be enough already. But it is still basically, yeah, still a little bit ahead, but not as much as it was. Is it balanced? I still wouldn't say so, but it's better than it was. Slight improvement there. And of course, yeah, actually all of the ARs are getting some reload speeds improved. Of note, actually, is that the fall wasn't in the list, but yeah, it does actually get a reduction. You can see that actually on this right side, we have the old numbers. That is the, if you also go into the sheets, we have the old numbers on the right side here, and then basically a percentage difference. The new number, how much percent of it is it from the old number? And yeah, we can see that the reductions are actually pretty hefty, and some weapons are getting quite a bit, some even reaching into the 80% basically, so they've gained like more than 10%. And yeah, those are pretty hefty. The fall was not in the list. It did still get a bonus. Of note as well, the Carbine 7 actually had the same speed in there, which a lot of people were like, wait, they put the same number and they put it green. Now, actually, it turns out that that was a mistake on that list. There is actually an improved number for it. We can see that, yeah, it used to be a 2.14, it's a 2.02. So yeah, it actually did get above. It's just unstated. Any numbers that are in blue, there is some oddity there that I want to kind of address. Of course, to the burst, that doesn't do anything. Reload speed does not get calculated into the burst. Burst is basically just base and RPM, although RPM as RPS, because it is a burst DPS. So we're taking this, dividing by 60 times that, that's this number. Where, of course, reload does matter, is in sustain. And what has happened actually on the sustain end is what they've done, because some of the buffs are very tiny. The FAMAS, for instance, got a 0.01 improvement, which is basically kind of comical. But they've actually given a lot of the weapons that were low on the burst table. So if we kind of go to the burst table, we can see kind of at the bottom here, as we're at the top, it is not those big increases, except for instance here with the Honey Badger is one of the standouts that is getting quite a bit of sustain basically to reload there. But yeah, as we kind of go down, this mid part as well is not getting that much, but then especially the lower parts, the weapons that are lower in burst are getting a lot more sustained by their reload, basically getting much improved reloads. Does that alter the landscape? Overall, I wouldn't say so. We generally still pick on burst, but it's definitely I think it is an interesting move, and we might, yeah, choose to grab some of the other ones. Of note as well, the Honey Badger actually moved up by quite a bit, and actually the Honey Badger is now a contender, especially as a combination burst sustain weapon. The FAMAS used to be that. The FAMAS is now very much a burst weapon. It is still the highest burst, but I feel this Honey Badger actually moved up quite a bit, especially on the sustain end, and it is actually high on the burst end, even though, of course, yeah, it's a -1 mod, so it ends up kind of behind the fall here, actually. But it's still a decent pick. Overall, of course, as well, yeah, it didn't really attach. Nothing on mag damage is getting altered. The fast hands numbers are, of course, getting altered as well. But yeah, I would say go look at them in depth. Of note as well, a little bit lower in that list, we have actually the breakout for where I did my calculations basically on seeing on how the multiplier is or the modifier is multiplying. And yeah, this kind of is the reason we know it is weapon damage, because it aligns with having it be additive to weapon damage instead of a separate multiplier. We can see the in-game numbers, and we can kind of see that, yeah, the only way to get those numbers is there. Of note, as a side note here, is that actually the final, that 96 plus momentum that we get, that tells us is a 25%. It seems to be a 30%, because actually the RPM kind of with in the same way that Strikers does show in game when you have the RPM increase, seeing as it's not from just a talent that is just activated. While you go into your menu and you have the higher momentums, you actually get to see the numbers of your RPM, and that final step seems to be 30%. At least with the number that it shows us here. I'm not sure if it is actually, or maybe this is mistaken, but there's at least something weird there. Yeah, let's move on actually very briefly towards SMGs. In the SMG category, yeah, we have just a few. We have one oddity. The Vector 45 was missing, but also the Vector 45 actually did not get an alteration here. What I do want to talk about though is that and I'm gonna scroll to the right here. Now, of course, the last season, the Dark Winter, which is the subject of this, the Dark Winter, now same stats. The Dark Winter is now actually reduced to be the same stats as the Vector 45, which is definitely a reduction to it. It used to have the previous season stats, basically, but all the SMGs got moved down a tiny bit, basically. So this is technically actually also a nerf to the Dark Winter. The Dark Winter still as Perfect Killer is really a decent choice. Attack Vector will outdo it a tiny bit on burst, but actually will be a little bit lower on, or will be a tiny bit on the sustain as well. But the Vector 45 being, well, the Dark Winter version is of course much easier to get than Attack Vector with at least if you have the means to grind and such, and you just can get it from name caches and such. The gold numbers here are especially that where the way that I'm putting reload numbers into here is with the watch in there. And of course, all of these other ones have a magazine slot. We're using a +20, -10% reload speed. So we're actually getting the same numbers there. Here, these don't have a magazine, so we're actually getting the in-game numbers here for them. Without basically with the watch active, 10% reload speed basically to it. Overall, a bunch of weapons did get, again, we kind of see the same. A bunch of weapons, especially that were lower on burst, are getting pretty hefty reload speed increases. And yeah, that does help them quite a bit. Overall, yeah, the attack vector, for instance, didn't get basically nothing. It went from a 1.7 to a 1.69. Which, is not really an increase. But overall, especially on the SMGs, a lot of them are getting actually pretty hefty reload bonuses and making them they feel a lot more aggressive, basically. You can be a lot more aggressive with them because a lot of them are getting to the points where, we're reaching, old Ouroboros reload speeds on them. Of note as well, we've added in the Oxpecker here on here. Of course, we're not accounting for talent or mods. Mod-wise, of course, it has 15 crit chance, so actually it does keep up just on base, basically, or on just its base DPSs, versus some of the other weapons. It isn't as bad as, weapons that don't have any crit chance. We also have some headshot, we have some optimal range for mods. But of course, it doesn't have any damage talent to it. It is basically a utility talent, a survival talent. Overall, though, it isn't the worst burster, but it's definitely middle of the pack, and especially better weapons than it with a better damage talent can really outdamage it quite well. But the trade-off there is, of course, that you do get a lot of utility out of it. Moving on to the LMGs, we have basically the same thing. Although, of course, with the LMGs, we see a lot more gold numbers here because a lot of them are pouches, and then the pouches don't take away 10% reload. So that's why these numbers will be lower than their numbers, but this is the effective numbers that we'll have in the game. Because with an RPK, we're not going to use the 15 round mag without the reload. We're generally going to go with that 20 round mag with a -10 reload. But the nice thing with the pouches is, you don't get that punishment with the -10. Overall as well, we kind of see the same thing. Those that are higher on burst, although all LMGs actually got a hefty reduction, because we even see the MG5s kind of have a pretty hefty reduction. The only one that wasn't in the list and also didn't get a reduction is the L86. The RPK as well is staying that one's staying at 95%. Even though basically all of the other LMGs are kind of going under or around 90, low 90s basically. And that will actually help LMGs quite a bit, especially, for instance, this the normal MG5 that is now actually that was already one of the better picks and now even has a faster reload. Now as well, the infantry MG5 and the normal MG5 no longer have the same reload. The MG5 actually is better than it, which it already was, which seems like a weird choice here. I would actually flip these numbers if it was up to me. But overall, a bunch of them are getting very hefty reductions, and especially as well, things like the GR9 and the Stoner are going actually to AR reloads almost. And same for actually, yeah, the MG5 and such, especially if this was to be on Striker, where you get another 15 weapon handling. These are actually well doable reloads. Especially the MG5, I feel. This is a pretty big boon to it. Some of the exotics as well. In all of the categories, the exotics are kind of getting some of those buffs as well. I do have a note there, and oh yeah, actually there's one RPK, the military RPK, which has the wrong reload. Basically, it doesn't have matching reload with the rest. The rest is at 4 seconds. The military RPK is at 4.16 seconds, which is just a bug, and hopefully will not make it to the main game that way. In rifles, we have actually some burst changes, because alongside of the reload speeds, where we also again have this M1A CQB not being in the list, but yeah, it's not being altered. Same for the 1886, but it's also, which was not in the list, but it's also not being altered because it's the same 100%. Same for it as well. Actually, the lightweight M4, which was unmarked in there, which also is not getting a buff there, but the lightweight M4 was already the fastest reloaded in this list. We're also getting 3 weapons which have base increases. So we have here the Resolute, the lightweight M4. Both of those are getting, as we kind of, if we scroll a little bit to the right, we can see they gained, because these are the old bases, and in the same way as we did with the Lexington. So new number versus old number. The new number is 103%, 103%. But then we have on here the UAC mod 2 going to this number, 164K-ish, versus its old number of 144. That's a 13% increase to its base, which is basically a 13% buff to it. The UAC is now actually sitting above the SIG, and of course, yeah, even the CQB, when it is actually on build, will drop to be just a little bit above the SIG here. It is head-to-head basically with the MDR and the Mark 17, and it eats them for breakfast because it is so much better handling than them. I feel this buff is the only buff in here that I'm kind of like, this shouldn't happen, per se. The UIC, even if it was just 7 or 8% and was kind of in a little bit lower than, for instance, the SIG, a much worse handling weapon with 10 rounds less, with faster RPM, that would be, to me, a little bit balanced. Because the UIC, yeah, is one of the best handling rifles. It is now also one of the better damage dealing rifles. Because on Mark 17 and the 6 CQB, and then yeah, again, the 6 CQB kind of drops to be just above the 6, 716 basically here. Once it's on build, because yeah, it's missing that mod. That was kind of the balance of now. We were picking between those two, especially, and now we will just pick UIC because there is no reason not to. It has 20 more rounds than the Mark 17. It has much better handling than any other rifle in this list almost. And I feel it's a little silly to put it this high. I feel the Resolute, give 5% of that one to the Resolute, moving the Resolute up to into the LVOC area as well. That's more like 2%. I feel these could be all head, and then the Resolutes, especially as well, is a little bit better handling, not as good as the UIC, and that would help it a little. The lightweight M4 likely getting this buff is just because it's not getting any reload speed increase, but yeah, it was already very fast reloading. Overall as well, all of these are getting a decent amount, not as much as the LMGs, but yeah, there's definitely an improvement here to our reload speeds. And some of them, of course, carrying over to the exotics as well. All of the exotics that have a base weapon that is getting altered are getting that alteration as well. And then yeah, the shotguns and MMRs did not get touched. Pistols did, and pistols especially is that the Regulus especially kind of gaining a little bit of traction against what it was. We're getting a 9% buff here to it on the reload. The Regulus, of course, the reload kind of got destroyed last season, but especially as well, some of the other weapons here on the exotics as well. Of note is, and yeah, this has caused a lot of hijinks and stuff. The Harvest is actually not the numbers that they put up on their on the graphic. A lot of people were concerned that the base of it was getting nerfed and such. Turns out to be not the case, at least not for in the PTS, and I'm more inclined to believe the numbers in the PTS than those numbers on those sheets, because quite often there's mistakes in there. Mistakes happen. That way, the game at least gets checked a little bit more than that. And yeah, the harvest has not received any nerfs or anything. It is actually, of course, the reload speed is getting buffed a little bit, just due to it being a 686 that it's carrying over. But yeah, that base number that was in there, that was just incorrect, and doesn't seem to be the case. They might be intending it, but they haven't implemented it, and I would likely believe the PTS here. Because also, just the number that was giving there did not make much sense, honestly, if we were looking at it. And yeah, overall, all of the pistols as well getting a decent increase, except actually the recommended one from the pistol video as we had it, which was the M45 or the TAC 1911, and then also the card. The card did actually get a decent reduction to it. The TAC 1911 and the M45 did not actually. I feel this will push us a lot more towards the card 45 because it wasn't that far behind it, and now it has actually much better sustain, because yeah, it's going from a 1.74 to a 1.55 here, which is hefty. And yeah, actually having again that Regulus reload so much faster is kind of nice. But yeah, let's take it into some miscellaneous and then head out of here. Ew. That felt like 7.5 hours. That was 20 minutes. I'm always feeling I want to put that as its own video. Instead, nah, let's just put everything together here. Let me as well kind of catch up here for a second. As like the IC, no, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, on that end, yes, but now it'll also be on the damage end, which, yeah, I feel balance. Like this is I didn't say it there actually, but yeah, I've said it on stream before, which is it's kind of that category is Lexington. It isn't as damaging as the Lexington in a literal sense, like not doing as much more damage and everything else around it, but honestly it is one of the, like, it is the clear easy pick, especially as well if we kind of include the sustain as such. Yeah. Let's take this here. Let's actually not have that circle there. Yeah, let's have some of this. And to kind of round it out here with some random stuff, one of the big ones as well is that they are actually improving the way we can get season XP. Season XP this season was basically completely tied to just the scouts, the journey, and doing priority objectives. And also, yeah, actually weekly projects as well. It was actually a pretty slow grind. A lot of us had it kind of basically bug on us on the first week and basically give us season level 100 very easily. It turned out that if you didn't get that, it was actually a pretty big grind. And I did actually do that grind on my second account, where I went, I on purpose left them until that was fixed and then tried to grind it out myself. It did take quite a bit. Overall, I did actually, I didn't do all of the scouts too early and such, and not noticing how much XP they gave. But yeah, once kind of figuring that out, that helped quite a bit. Doing a bunch of the weeklies, even for instance, especially getting multiple SHU requisitions from watch alts and such, and hardcore characters on that account as well, into there as well, helped quite a bit. But actually, when grinding it, it was pretty slow. One thing they're doing is basically putting season XP on a lot of the activities and missions and such alongside of everything else. That will help grind out the season XP quite a bit more, and that is pretty helpful. That was a very annoying thing. Also as well, actually, speaking of priority objectives, they're removing several things from them, which is, in this case, the Warhound Convoy, the Elite Resource Convoy, and Elite Territory Control. It's missing Elite Patrol as well in there as one of the harder things to get, because those Elite Patrols also don't spawn often, but yeah, so they're making it a little bit easier. The season XP isn't as tied to that system as well, because that was really the only way that you could grind it. You could get the scouts, and then, you know, you could do your weeklies and your dailies and such every day. But if you just wanted to grind it, it was only really priority objectives. And this is, I feel, a much better system. Having kind of also looked at the numbers, yeah, that seems very much doable. And honestly, for those of us that, you know, at times grind just, you know, open world stuff and such, well, we'll get through it pretty quickly, which will be somewhat nice, somewhat not nice. I did enjoy actually grinding out through that, through it, and actually, you know, definitely I believe now this middle ground that they're going to will be a much better system than we used to have, where we just grinded levels and just got the 100 levels done as quickly as possible, usually on the very first day of a new release. And yeah, with that as well, of note is that the several things have also been fixed, which, you know, you would hope, which are mostly as well unlisted. Of note is, for instance, that the Centurion holster no longer seems to be, you can't put both buffs on one weapon, which is a nice thing, but you can still get the reload out of it. So it's we're kind of have to see how that works out. Several minor improvements here and there as well. Just the game does feel pretty. I was having some frame dips here and there, which I haven't noticed at all on the PTS server. So hopefully those kind of things carry over as well. But yeah, we've come basically to the end of this video. A very long one, but yeah, hopefully well worth it. We're heading into a new season with some new toys, and I'm looking forward to using those, of course. Overall, I think what we've seen so far in this PTS, it has been very, very, very promising, actually. This seems like one of the better seasons gear-wise as well. That gear set, I'm curious to see if it'll go in the game with its final stats, or with those stats as its final, as we have it here, but I wouldn't per se even be against it. It is definitely a little OP, but so is a lot of competitors to it. For instance, FI. I will find myself using these gloves at times, I feel, as well. Same for instance as well, trying to just run the Oxpecker and pecker some oxes. Even though I don't think it is a very meta choice, I feel it is definitely a very enjoyable choice, and trying to just min-max towards it. Especially the gear set stands out as very useful to me, I think, and will likely actually displace a few combat medics, which I'm kind of sad about, but I'm also looking forward to having a different playstyle to heal my allies while doing some damage myself. So yeah, let's round it out here and just say that thank you all for joining me. If you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things below, so it does help out. So do that little bit of shilling. For future videos, we're going to actually go into a special one pretty soon. And for those interested in maybe asking me some questions, I'll be putting up a community note when this video is up already. And I'm looking for some questions as well, going into a Q&A as well. Reach the anniversary of the channel once again, as in the same way we did last year. We'll do a Q&A basically on that. And yeah, that'll likely be recorded on the 10th of February, which is a day before the full anniversary of the channel. So yeah, if you are interested in asking me anything, please do go and add your question to that to those community notes. And yeah, it can be about me, it can be about the game, about anything you want to ask about. And yeah, I hope you join me for those future videos where we turn those into those questions into me answering them. And yeah, we'll just end it here by saying, as always, have a good night. Okay, a little rambly at that end, but and that ending was just for the video, for those watching live. Well, we'll still be going here for a minute, for a bit, for like an hour. Okay, I'm just putting those files away. Also, I want to see what the combined duration is of everything. I got 133, which is kind of in line with a lot of other PTS dots. I know that video will, as a whole, go up tomorrow as well. So, yeah, let's go play the game. Let's go play the game a little. Although, yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, let's swap character. I'm actually gonna go back to that Heartbreaker tech tank. Need to put the Lexington back as well. Oh yeah, also let's go back to this scene so we can have that up.
Safe area entered.
Here you go. Best gear in the city. Come take a look.
At least we're not going to bed. I don't know where is that, but I can, yeah, catch you around. Yeah, likely tomorrow. Well, around that some more weeklies and such. But for now, I'm gonna wait. I just want this back in the stash. Also, yeah, let's put these back in the stash. I don't mind messing with the modifier a little bit more. We'll just go do something with it. Let's put the patch notes away. We can put this away.
Priority objective available.
Shut up, Anna.
Entering safe area.
Oh, you know what? Instead of shut up, Anna, give me something to do, Anna. A mission. Space and air. I don't really care what the thing of it is. I don't want to run around with this pulse thing on the tech tank. And also, actually, you know what? Let's take a few directives. No, basically everything except Pistolar is fine. We'll take Scavenge Skill as well. Which means that I do have to put my shield, or I have to keep my shield up or be aware when I... Oh, I'm so used to... Oh, actually, the pulse laser is... Oh, I didn't grab the Lexington. That's fine. Who needs a Lexington? Although, let's grab a Kingbreaker. I want to see how far or fast I can charge it up. Also, this makes it a little bit different with that crit one, where we kind of actually want a build that isn't insta-melting stuff. Because actually, if we're shooting enemies a little bit... Man, I'm gonna get so used to this movement speed. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Also, yeah, you have it for so long. If you're running, you actually don't lose much momentum. Although, actually, for instance, they're opening the door. I lost quite a bit.
We need to figure out what they're doing here. See if you can find any intel on their operation. Seems like these guys are salvaging and repurposing anything they can.
It'll also be funny whenever we're waiting at doors. It's going to become like if we're in a group and we're waiting on doors, everybody's just going to run around in circles just to keep the momentum up. It's going to be funny. There as well. I should have min-maxing strat would be running up the stairs because actually I lost momentum as I was on the roof there. Increased RPM there.
True Sun's reinforcements incoming.
Keep moving. We need to clear the next hall.
I know, so much random CC is happening and stuff as well. It's nice.
When you're done fucking things up there,
Keep moving. You still got 2 halls to clear.
I'll be curious on
radio
running.
intercepted.
Yeah, we'll run that after this.
So cut through the planetarium. We gotta secure that ordnance.
Units that are on fire.
The third rock from the sun. Our home may not be the center of our universe, but so far it is the only planet that can support life that is
There's also even it generating those blacklist enemies
space.
with the Reaper part.
That our little planet is the only place capable of creating and sustaining life. We know that Mars once had vast oceans, that many of the oceans found on Earth could only be created in the existence of a supernova. While no other planet are sources to sustain life, it's possible that the building blocks that allowed organisms to evolve from single-cell amoebas to complex living beings like human
Yeah.
beings.
It'd be nice if one of these snipers got set on fire, so we just
Giant
finish them off
star
quickly.
light years away.
Shooting the I need to pick up. It's always the downside of scamming skills. That's also gonna actually be quite annoying for that SMG next season, is having it be a season of scamming skills. Because once you put your shield away, you need another pickup to get it back on. That worked. That's just CC there. 180 ADS just to get shit set on fire.
The surface of Mars was once home to flowing water, as evidenced by these images. At one point, more than 3 the Martian surface could have been covered by ocean. Martian exploratory craft have sent back evidence of northeast watercourse as well, ranging from gullies and dry rivers.
Man, that just lets you be so aggressive. That's so nice.
There are also minerals present on the surface of Mars that could only
And neither
be
Shadow
formed
Wolf.
in a liquid water environment.
Mechanical
Nice as well that
components
we'll have the PTS for a few days longer. Mess around with. One of the things I wasn't paying attention to during that thing, but I realized actually. Oh no, actually I had run Oxpecker. It's like maybe they maybe fixed Heartbreaker, but still doesn't stack well. I'm not really gonna go for loot, but it's just because I'm running around, I'm not losing much momentum.
Link up with them and you'll be done there.
Components identified.
Oh.
Suggested use.
Looking at it.
They must be using using
That's
the history of the
invaded,
museum's
dummy.
collection. If they can rig it with a warhead and some means of propulsion, they wouldn't even need a guidance system to hit the White House or a settlement.
Kinda
Zoom.
goes without saying, but if you see any missiles lying around, make sure they can never, ever be used.
See some missiles lying around.
Database
Shoot
hatch
them.
indicates designation LMR-90.
Doesn't matter. They'll be
That
targeted
would be the
somewhere.
missile, then. Please neutralize that fucking thing by any means necessary.
Damn it. The salvage crew just ran into those reinforcements. They need backup.
Oh yeah, this set or this modifier, like Striker is the go-to for it anyway. Would have been nice if with a modifier they could definitely as well. Like if you just make it something that just like it doesn't work well for stacking builds, you could kind of get yourself something that, you know, because of that will run other builds. But this one just aligns
Refactor
with
was out of action and they lost a big stockpile of ordnance. Throw in the fact that the settlements can scatter
Striker
those workbenches and tools.
just so much as well.
And I'd say it's been a pretty good day.
And about 213. Okay, so yeah, we got some for the mission and some for the completion there. Which is as intended, of course. Right, so how much is it going to show for an activity? 47. I mean, that still stacks up. Wait, is this affected by directives? So this is just 4 is always 47, right? 47. Oh wait, this is plus 20% because of the directives? Is that it? Let's try. Oh no, I don't have it global though. Right. Yeah, let's turn on globals. You're playing BC? Yeah. Although not as well. I'm on the PTS, so we're on the test servers. I'm messing around with next season's modifier a little bit here. So when I have this on, does this change? No, still 47. RG did it already. Yeah. Turn hybrid. Let's actually take just like, actually let's take the high end. And memento. 15, so let's take the crit chance one.
Priority objective available, agent.
Shut up, Anna. It's gonna be title likely. Let's do something in Southwest. Let's go do a bounty in Southwest. Any other games are we've done so on streams quite often. Although generally, yeah, kind of the same space. I mean, by myself, I just play some other games. Yeah. But been addicted to like Open Transport Tycoon for forever anyway.
Target is near you.
That's usually the thing I kind of play if I'm not playing Div. Mostly, yeah. There's plenty for me to do in Division, so I just end up here and that. Actually, do we want different? Yeah, because we don't have pulse anymore, so can alter them on combat, right? So let's get the aggressive drone thing. And so you got that. Some healing in.
Incoming drone! Firing at...
I'm trying to keep track of how fast we're stacking. Oh wait, what? Oh, it's starting that. Because I think next season, especially, there being a overcharge and stuff available. Like even on a red, just running a drone, I feel is not the worst idea even. We can just have overcharge skills. Not overcharge. I feel it should just be like maybe like +2 skill tiers, and then if you're then at 6, it should be an overcharge. Kind of surrounded here, which is kind of annoying.
Lost a man!
Although, yeah, it's pickups, of course. We got there quick. Okay, we deconstruct our turret in a drone and just actually get them back pretty quick.
This again?
And I'm kind of at max stacks quite the whole time, basically. Well, it's actually too easy with that crit one to get to max stacks way too easily.
That's the target, Agent.
And then get him.
Hostile striker drone detected.
Hold him down! Orders received.
Target down. Good job. Target neutralized. Good work.
I mean that forward 4 directives.
You got the target. Nice.
That's not bad.
Looks
Actually,
like
we
you
didn't
earned
even have
yourself
the
another
memento
bounty.
charge up.
Well
Let's
done.
actually charge up the memento. Also, wow, hey, it put the bounty here.
Priority objective available.
Oh, actually, yeah. It's this guy. Because I normally it goes to Rayburn House, but yeah, no, actually. I was like, wait, did they? Actually, wait, did they? Let's try, actually. I don't have a bounty there. Let's go get a bounty there. Let's see if that they haven't touched bounty cheesing. I feel as a Dutch person, I need to make sure nobody touches my cheese. Is it just basically just no loss? Wait, what does the text say actually? It's temporarily paused when you sprint or use pulse. Okay, so but how much is that, like just for the millisecond we use pulse? Because pulse is like just the action basically. But yeah, as long as we're sprinting, we're actually not losing at all.
Detected.
And especially with like big enemies. I'm charged up.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Third aggroing everybody again. And it actually didn't because it couldn't, but
Hostile control
murdered them anyway.
identified.
That was pretty effective. Especially, I think, making like turret-drone hybrids out of the... Oh, that's just slapping a memento and a glass chest on it. Out of the new gear set will be very good for small groups. Oh, actually, I should deconstruct this. Hopefully there's still 3 pickups somewhere. There must be. Okay, sometimes on these stacks there's multiple. Give me a baddie. Let's make sure, yeah, it goes over there. Let's actually go do this bounty. Liking the PP there, I see.
The target is nearby.
We even get the movement speed in here. Yeah. Because yeah, normally we wouldn't really have a movement speed in here. Does the Acosta actually trigger in? I mean, this isn't the shared. This is just safe space, isn't it? Shared, right? Wouldn't in shared likely. One of the things as well, if you could do any shared space, so if you go to safe houses or something, yeah, you do lose your overdrive the same way that you lose your memento stacks.
This is all down to those slippery ass politicians.
Also here, yeah, we're not even using the active to make us reach max stacks even easier. And it's showing it actually now correctly on the skills being overcharged. Well, that feels almost a waste almost to have the skills be...
Target spotted.
Like, what if we just put the turret and drone on a red build? Thing is, they wouldn't survive to the point where you actually get the overcharge.
Good work. You got the target. Nice. Target neutralized. Good work.
At least we also know
Good job, Agent.
the bandages still works. They didn't remove this place at least. Let's try this. And either one could. Was the exotic SMG speed boost stack with it? No. It's basically, it caps at 20%. So wherever you're getting that 20% from, that caps. Which, yeah, Lady Death does this.
You got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
It's the same with Acosta and Lady Death, that also didn't stack. Same with Persistence and Lady Death, or basically any speed sources of any kind. Oh, 4 directives might be a bit much. Oh, actually, 4 directives will be instant death here. Especially the way that I'm set up here.
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
There's EMP shots to actually do extra damage to turret and drones. That would murder me. Yeah, let's use the old strat, right? Just make sure it actually lands on there. As the season 2 solo legendaries with
Immediate medical assistance needed.
With the turret drone build. Still need spawn knowledge, but oh, that heal isn't too bad. The heal is kind of handy. It's definitely one of the picks here. Okay. Oh, we're in this way still. Sit, booby, sit. And also the skills being overcharged for as much as they are, they're gaining a lot of health and stuff.
Vital signs critical. Agent killed.
Far too late. It is here eventually. Yeah, you know what? Let's give that another. Let's give that another
Your
go.
objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Let's reset it.
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
But the World Hunters with this new modifier. On this far, I would have to swap accounts. I don't have any open world hunters available. Thing is though that like it goes a lot faster if you get a bunch of kills. So open world hunters wouldn't per se be the way to do that. What's my Mantis stacks here, which is kinda annoying. And there actually, if I had played it right, that was definitely doable. Very easily doable actually. Here's why, actually I don't even need to trigger. It's interesting that these drones are still going for me this much. Apparently they wouldn't. They will go more for the turret and drone. Go up against the countdown hunter. But the open world ones I don't have access to.
Serious trauma detected. Agent deceased.
We're being too aggressive. We're trying to go too fast
You've got
there.
your objective.
Oh, you know what?
Anything
Let's
stand in your
actually
way.
slow it down. That's what I. Yeah, let's swap because also this doesn't have the damage of the negotiator or the striker on its main weapon. Let's actually swap to those characters and let's see. You got this. This wouldn't per se be a build to solo legendaries with, mostly because of this thing. Glass is not your friend in legendaries. But let's actually take it to the negotiator to drone hybrid. I feel that will do a lot better here. Or we just go with this. Let's go with the striker. It's easier. Just like for the modifier, yeah. Although you have the overclock. Overclock gives you a full charge like right away. So you would have the full bonus basically
Area
against them.
detected.
If you were to take it up against them. 56. And as well, you have actually this modifier, which I'm actually going to grab here. You have this critical momentum. This is the go-to for just generating a decent amount. So that one, and then which one else was it? The region. So nothing else is. But this gives double momentum, but I'm generating already a lot. This you can also, for instance, use there to just generate a bit. But also hunters would just be, you know, me just scorpioning them pretty quickly.
Priority objective available.
The thing is that like legendary, well, first of all, it's like crafted, so it doesn't work like that. The second is you would have, you know, if there's just one drone controller pretty far away, the way we do legendary strongholds and stuff, we're mostly trying to just, you know, make the mechanics not happen, make grenade launchers not go, and make drone controllers not drone control. Kind of need to wait at that overclock timer. Let's do that actually, because yeah, if I don't have overclock at the start here, I also don't have the momentum. So let's just give it a second, or 15 or 20. But open world would just suck. It would be just grenades out of nowhere from all the way in the back. If it's the same mechanics as we have currently, of course. Like if they just spawned grenade launcher guys and drone control guys and mini tanks. Because honestly, the easiest way to deal with legendary is just to not let them get to the point where they can't even really get stuff going. Also, like those healing boxes, if you have like 4 of them overlapping, good luck. We're waiting for the cooldown there. It's gone. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put my turret here. For some reason, I think maybe up there it wasn't actually getting registered. These ones we get going will be much more powerful than the high end. I shouldn't let my turret come. Oh, actually, the whole point was as well, I was saving my overclock. I'm like trying to get my overclock together.
Vital signs critical.
Health gated. Okay, I just need to get this gold matter. This room is actually, so this usually is actually one of the harder parts of solo. Because there's just so many medics.
Needed.
Need a drone anyway as well.
Agent killed.
You've got your objective. Don't let anything
I
stand in
feel
your way.
with just normal negotiator I could just work much more easily than this.
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your
Oh, I'm
way.
pretty full. Thing is as well, if I had full memento, this would be easier as well. That's why what that first one we did, why that one went so well. And now we're struggling. Well, that's why I should, you know what I should do? I should put it here. Why didn't I put it here? What's that? We need these medics over there. I'm not in a good spot though. Yeah.
Vital signs critical.
Downside of this spot. Okay. Third on this side, me on the other side. That's very interesting.
You've got your objective. Don't let anything.
Also, yeah,
stand
the
in your
downside
way.
here again. Glass. Like this is really hurting us here. Hey, yeah. There's a reason I don't legendary much anyway. That's because, yeah, I think mechanically it's a little bit too much towards the bullshit. Okay. See if we have learned our lesson.
Serious trauma detected.
Already. That's quick. Also, I should really kill the medics here. It's fine if we all lose all 4 of our med packs here. All 3 of us focus one thing, it does actually die pretty quick, so that's nice.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Stay down.
And we're also on 100 stacks. These things are gonna come in there. Sometime. There's the red medic.
Serious trauma detected.
Ah. So I get him.
Deceased.
Yeah, there's still not enough power here to really make this so much easier.
You've got your
Well, it's
objective.
definitely easier than it
Don't let
normally.
anything stand in your way.
But yeah, we'll leave that there. Let's actually try. Let's actually try it with that. You know what? Let's actually try it with that gear set. I have that on second character here. Swarm damage apply to striker drone now. On a build like that, where I have like the combined of striker and like a third drone hybrid, the striker is just doing its thing, and then the third drone are there just at 6 skill tiers basically. But yeah, none of those,
Entering safe area.
none of those kind of carry over. So yeah, let's actually go mess around with this one. Let's put this as well. So one thing that is nice and not instantly visible is, yeah, it is saving whatever you had last time, which it has actually currently. It also does that, but it doesn't show it. So whenever you go into that menu, it's empty. So you have to like reselect anyway. On top of that, it's per character now, so it's no longer the whole account. So actually, yeah, let's try the new gear set. The healing there will actually get us through that first room, because actually that first room is kind of the hardest part of the solo, I feel. Because once you get past that and the boss fight, like once you get past that room has so many medics that solo is just annoying. That's also why I wanted to go to as well.
You've got
Because
your objective.
POA we can
Don't let
burn
anything
through
stand in
the-
your way.
Still on cooldown. Do I wait for that? Let's not. Let's just charge up normally. What I do like though is turret on this side, and me on the other. Quickly kill the red drone. Drone. Oh, the elite drone is still out there somewhere.
Target is flanking me.
Saved it at the last second there. The owner was dead there. You got all the medic?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Ah.
Agent deceased.
I was like, one is not being yeah. Thing is as well, like when you're health gated,
Don't let anything
and now
stand
we
in
have
your way.
overdrive this time. When you're health gated, it doesn't matter how much you heal. Like the next shot, if it's gonna kill you, if it's gonna take you to health gate again, it's gonna kill you. Now this time we have overdrive. Also, we have like half charge. So. The weapon is really not doing enough for us here.
Agent final sign.
You've got your objective.
With the other one at least having the weapon damage also be there. Because here, yeah, we're getting that healing, but it's actually not that useful. 2 hits are going to kill us anyway. Thing is, let's swap this. Because on this we don't need, per se, glass. Let's change that to kinetic. Alright, this time we'll also actually use our overdrive. I forgot that part as well. And especially one of the things with a turret and drone, they do work as decoys. Enemies will be choosing to send some grenades and stuff, for instance, that away. Yeah, I can't even kill this medic by myself. You know what, the healing is kind of nice. Red medic. Here we got this elite medic, it's kind of down. And I wish there was some skill haste component to the thing, because yeah, now skill haste is We don't have enough skill haste to go with it. But I feel actually, if you're just like not doing it as aggressive as I was trying to be here, because especially if you set up more back and just lazy it, this will be the season where a lot of people can get their legendaries done. No better than AR within sync overall, yeah. Especially as well where we are always recouping, so even if my skills are on cooldown or something, we're getting that weapon damage still. And then of course as well, we're adding 60 skill damage to them instead of 45. Or like instead of 40 or 30. Because also, yeah, the PDR, well, a better weapon now than it's ever been. Still not great. And one thing is, especially, we're keeping our weapons kind of on overcharge quite a lot. Yeah, it's also glass. Now we're on kinetic momentum, and you know, they were not reaching health gate that much. That sniper would still finish us off very easily. You know what I actually should do instead of this one, because we're healing so much anyway. This isn't needed. I'll take this one. Where if our drone dies, it shocks 2 enemies. Interesting that drones are the last surviving things. Usually they're the first thing we kill. Deconstruct? Yeah. Yeah. Well, as well, here memento actually would be better than the kinetic momentum overall for what we're doing here, especially. This might be a little bit too much now.
Serious trauma detected.
Yeah.
Agent.
That's fine though. What else I gonna be? Trying to be way too aggressive. What do you think about the constant overcharging? This seems a little bit much.
You've got your objective.
Seems a little bit much. But the overall, like the whole thing together is still not as OP as current seasons by the teeth and how we kind of use it. So I should go for this control point for a second. I should try it. I'll actually try this out against just heroic enemies. Let's go back to glass here as well on the chance. Definitely the gun feels very weak now. And one meta for modifiers, and overall modifiers will work fine with determined builds. Actually, that's one thing I haven't tried, right? Let's maybe try that after this, and then I'll likely be the last thing we try. So if the drone listens to me and comes back to me, no. I double tapped, but didn't come back. If it came back, it would have been around the turret and it would have been Faraday. But the dumb asshole won't listen. And hey there, Tiny. Today's a great day. Other than company, I'm getting an AB, nice. And yeah, congrats. And hopefully pretty pain-free. Those guys know what they're doing. President spot me there. Nothing else, I'm kind of happy that, you know, although I feel like the overcharge is kind of the bone they're tossing towards skill players as well, because on the weapon end we're getting reload speed as well, we're getting rate of fire and weapon damage, and then on the skill end it's just that overcharge. From a balancing standpoint, I would have just gone
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
+1 skill tier on like the 75% thing. And then or maybe just +1 skill tier and then overcharge, so that you still need to at least be skill tier 6 already. Because it seems a little bit too much to, you know, if I'm just running a turret and drone on a even on a red build. We're getting skill tier 6 there. And overcharge on that. As long as we're at that thing. And it's pretty easy to keep max momentum with that critical one. So. Out of ammo. That's my third dang. It shocks to enemies. I'm still clicking. Still not used to the rifles being auto.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Actually, what happens if we just did this? Let's say we take... I would love the glass red or something, actually. Let's say the rifle spotter. What happens if I just do this and then take torch and a drone? This is basically a turret drone hybrid, right? Basically. Although, yeah, let's take the gift and... Actually, we'll take insane. In this case, I am taking insane because I want a rifle. The rest of the build is a rifle. So I wanted the glass, just a normal glass, and we could put the capacitor in there as well. Although, actually, wait. The capacitor is not going to benefit from the overcharge, right? So what would our weapon damage be? It would be so madam, no. Only ammo box is downstairs, isn't it? Actually, let's just... I suppose when we're overcharged, because just going on 6 skill tiers, is the capacitor going to benefit from that as well? Let's find out.
Reinforcements en route.
I could just go camp them in the streets.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, really? I can't pick it up there? You're a dickhead. Uh, 145. Look at this. We're getting 15 from it. What? Or is it already no longer active? No, that doesn't seem to.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
And this actually happened when, like, the drone out as well. Why don't you kill him? This should be around. Oh, then lost it. I don't know, Professor doesn't seem to be benefiting from it. Would have been interesting if it did. It doesn't seem to be. It does a little bit better than that, but for now. For now, it's fine. Actually, yeah, I should just use that. Why not?
Thank you for showing up. Really needed your help back
Yeah,
there.
I didn't really pay attention to
Unlocked.
how we were doing on damage. Control point seems the obvious place to go.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Let's go for that one for a second. And yeah, let me catch up here as well. Oh, and thanks so much there, Danny. Sorry, missed it there. But yeah, thanks so much for gifting 5 subs there. It's very much appreciated, and I think everybody that got one there will be very, very happy for it. But yeah, very much. Thank you so much, and yeah, we'll be sure to waste those on some silly apparel, as we always do. This crazy damage needs is the most passive, and actives are well, not useless, definitely. Especially the actives aren't useless, like the active to get ourselves basically to max instantly. Also, now that the actives are, you no longer need to be ADSing to get the actives. It's really nice. You just trade it. And a bunch of the passives are also not useless, especially they're not as powerful as the last one, but yeah, like this thing, like the critical momentum one, is a game changer. Like just having that and having crits in some form together is gonna get you so easily up to the top. Same for instance as well, actually the CC and also the extra because yeah, just being able to do this, like this overclock. But yeah, it's definitely not by the teeth or something, but that is also, to me that's a good thing. I don't think, we need it by the teeth.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
This guy gone. He's also just sitting there. Okay, I definitely wouldn't call them used. Basically. With reckless, yeah. I mean, just the in a lot of ways, there's a lot of skill benefits quite heavily from being overcharged. Just by itself as well, the overcharge plus the shield is a 15% buff on overcharged pulsed enemies with overcharge.
Serious trauma detected.
So just whenever I'm not in that overcharged states, the heal or the health on these skills isn't enough. But even a memento would actually.
Heavily armored hostile
But
detected.
the damage actually is pretty decent whenever we're in that overcharged state. And being able to stay in there actually just with critting. It's kind of nice. This thing not being that useful. Not actually hitting targets. Recycle everything. Yeah, let's actually headhunter after this. I'll actually let this go out. Just also the double shield health one is also really good. The data technician, indirect 2-piece striker, peekers, and some as a recurrent closers kind of striker with for skill tiers and this one. The thing is, yeah, giving it the ninja bike, like you don't gain enough from the ninja bike. That's always the thing with the ninja bike, like just a memento would provide skill efficiency, would provide extra damage by that, and then you have the regen on top, and then as well, if you're using skills, they're already, you know, getting from that. Something like that would definitely work. It's just memento is just a little easy. Because honestly, the only real place I think Ninja has a place is I should have built. We're gonna try it now, which is the under Tick Tank. Although we're gonna use the Ninja Bike version here, not the Memento version. So as you see how this feels with
heavily armed.
So we won't go with this. So we're not gonna crit much. We do want that double shield. What else I want? Because we're also, yeah, we're not pulsing here really. Honestly, nothing else is here useful. Because there isn't a tapper this season. We could mix it in with the. Because I don't really have even a pick against this critical. So we're not using anything else. We'll just give that one. Doesn't per se matter much.
Are you gonna let them?
Actually, I forgot we can't take an elite on that one. Well, actually, we can just overcharge.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Immediate medical assistance needed.
We're just out of that timer. Also, like, I made some really bad shots there. Let's actually go against an activity. It will be much easier. Get extra skill tier from the browsers. Yeah, thing is, you can just take the extra skill tier from the browsers. Just, you know, put the second piece in there over What was the other one? Oh, well, yeah, with closer. Although, well, closer wouldn't gain you enough either. Because you got to remember that extra skill tier, actually, instead of the Brazos, you could just... That's also the thing with Ninja Bike. Like, going Brazos or such, you could just take the yellow core. You could just... Instead of doing the 2 pieces, you would just put a yellow core there. If with the same amount of cores, you make it basically with a striker setup, you just outdo it, and then also you have those same amount of cores. If you just put basically a Cheska in there.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Well, actually, one of the top ones. Actually, yeah, we should try that in a second. We're going to take the high-end one, where we have, or well, basically a pistol setup, where we don't need technician, and then actually the spotting drone is a pretty good one as well. Let's go for that public there. I'll have to swap characters for that. We'll do that after this, and that'll likely be the last thing of the evening. Because I don't want to make it too late, and I already am. A long day ahead of me tomorrow as well, so let's not overdo it. I love the zoomies. He's having zoom. Vroom vroom. And hater plan. Yeah, so I forgot. Yeah. It's basically, this also is still the only like a real Ninja Bike build I have in the collection. And really the thing that it gets is even though we give up the memento things, we do get more weapon handling. The thing with the Ninja Bike is as well, like it just needs the get the headshot kill there.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Now we have to just struggle through this guy. But I can't really get through my shield. Also, that's not 5%, is it? Like, he hit my shield. I should be getting healed for 5% with a like second cooldown or something. Where's that purple? Give me your face. Oh, red. Why is there extra red? Actually, we could have just overcharged. That would have actually helped a lot there.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Actually, yeah, with Headhunter stuff, although, well, if we pulse, it'll likely be better. We're not generating... We're still generating pretty well. Definitely not to the way that a crit build can generate. Well, we're almost full there. Let's go murder these guys.
That's it, right?
Vroom vroom.
It's time. Hit the
Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, we get even more reload speed as well from the thing. Something spawn here. Let's go get that as well real quick. Kind of want to see, yeah, now we're kind of charged up. Can we keep charge going? I feel once we're charged up, we can keep it going anyway. So actually overclocking would likely be, or overdriving would be the way to go. Overdrive at the start and then try to carry it. And its cap is also much higher now, 15. Stand on top of the car. One of the bad habits this build definitely makes me have is just... On this one we can move and shoot. Which, yeah, we can't really... We can't really on the... Like even with the harvest, you generally just want to stand still and then fire. With the D50 was even worse. This build has so much weapon handling that you can just move and fire.
Incoming hostiles detected. Access key detected.
Next reanimated. You know what I'm running. Yeah, let's take this back to base. Let's actually, yeah, let's try the high-end headhunter with that. We can also have the pulse ones. Because on that one we can have the pulse drone. On this one, not so much. Yeah. Thanks for doing the shillings there. And then yeah, tomorrow afternoon I'll edit together that video and it'll go up for the evening.
Safe area entered.
My thoughts on the PTS. No, wait, we're on the right. That's actually this scavenge is gonna be annoying for the shield and also the drone. So let's just have it for now. Where's the high-end? There. Is it this one? We can put this drone on, which can spot things. And then we actually, instead of this one, we take microwave coils, and on this one we take Reaper scan, and then this one becomes actually just a shield, just a bigger shield. Yeah. Let's go after something up here, preferably. Like that. Because here actually the drone quite often loses line of sight to enemies, and then the pulse is a very short duration, so actually this one actually especially feels a little broken.
Priority objective available.
Because every time it's like whenever pulse first goes onto an enemy, each time when it's fresh, so not when it's like refreshing it or anything. If it already is pulse, then adding a pulse to it doesn't work, but there's a names group over there. Can I jump down somewhere? Thank you. Oh, let's actually see where they are. And I just setting people on fire. And look at my momentum going up. Like, I haven't done anything. I've already half momentum. Yeah, it's point and click adventure for a second.
Hostile control point detected.
Yeah, setting stuff on fire.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Randomly. Over there again. This is also actually, yeah, so each time it's setting anybody on fire is giving me 5%, so
I'll fucking kill you.
I feel that might be a little broken.
This armor's coming up.
Armor is coming out. What? Couldn't hear what you were saying as your face exploded.
Access key detected.
And also, yeah, we have double shield health.
Serious trauma detected.
Can I get hit by that drone? It's just random. Well, you did. Yeah. It's making it harder to actually hit heads. One thing, me usually being the Eclipse, I feel I just don't have much of a experience shooting enemies when they're on fire. This seems a little silly, right? Because every time they peek, the thing is they're going away whenever they're out of cover. Or in cover, the drone loses line of sight and then it regains it after. And that one seems a little silly. I feel at some point they should just pull the trigger and go like, no, it's not the spotting. It's not the spotting drone. It's not the link laser pointer. It's not any of the other things. It's just normal pulse only. Let's actually charge up our Dodge City.
Let's get this started. All set.
It's one of them to actually shoot at me, man. You didn't want to. And as long as we're running, we're not losing. Actually, when we're climbing, does that still count? That seems to still count. As long as we were running before that.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh, nice. Convoy as well.
Vital signs critical. Hostile control point nearby.
This is instead of like a pocket medic. This is a pocket. This is a pocket Eclipse.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Can't shoot from here.
That's actually, I'm not used to shooting enemies that have. And the duration is so short on that thing that, yeah.
Serious trauma detected.
They're just getting set on fire over and over again. That seems a little busted.
Agent deceased.
Yeah, our health get in there. But yeah, let's also call it there. That seems like headhunter wise as well, just because you do get weapon damage from it, so your cap goes a little higher. And actually, I think the overcharge will be nice for a lot of like side skills and stuff that we use for like that. Like that could be also a hot shot with that. Let's go and find actually somebody for us to raid in a second. As we'll send everybody off on the Twitch end to somewhere. Within the category, I'll likely go with a little huge. Stick that quickly. I'm doing like this. Stat shots. I'm not as good. I'm not good with headhunter. I did okay there. But yeah, also on flaming enemies, I actually don't have much experience running. I generally just don't. If someone's eclipsing, I just won't even go Regless. But also, I don't go Regless much anyway. much prefer shooty builds over headhunty builds, personally. But yeah, definitely, you know, there's still enough here for headhunty builds anyway as well. Nothing else, just what we were doing there.
I appreciate the trade.
But yeah, I feel the spotting drone is a little bit too doing. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, likely only in the evening. So yeah, busy day for myself tomorrow again. And we'll see. Actually, yeah, we'll likely jump into PTS a little bit first and do anything that needs to be still done there, and then we'll likely jump back to main game and just do a project or something. I wouldn't mind doing another Legendary Roosevelt at the end of a weekly project and just getting ourselves a bunch of exotic components that way. For now, I'm gonna start this raid, sending everybody over to Little Huge, who's doing Dark Hours. But look, they're at Razorback. There's that one's over there. And then yeah, the rest of this week I'll be around, and actually yeah, next week Saturday I'll be at work again as well. But that's a whiles away. For now, I'm gonna go eat something because I didn't really eat. I'm gonna also just sleep well and just get some energy back. And tomorrow at like 6ish in the evenings, likely, then we'll have what we just recorded, basically my thoughts on the PTS going up. And also, yeah, there's going to be a community post. I'll likely put that up tomorrow as well, for a Q&A, and I'll be needing some cues, so feel free to add that to that community post. That's going to be on YouTube, of course, only. So check that out tomorrow, likely. Well, likely make it when the video kind of releases. But for now, enjoy Little Huge. I'll be back tomorrow, and as always, have a good night.